Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Good evening might be more appropriate today. Definitely a bit late here, sorry about that one guys, but hope you all are doing good. Hope you're having a good Friday so far. First one in today, none other than Pirogi. Second place we have Nymph, and third we have Lion. We also have Jin in here, good to see ya. Hope you're all doing good. I'm doing quite good. Got a bit of stuff done yesterday in the game. Did some general polish and fixed a few more tiny things, tiny tweaks for the demo. Overall, I feel pretty good. We are almost at the spot where we could push a little demo update. The only annoying thing is that I have added a few new localization keys for certain stuff. I guess I should show you this. As you know, we ended up merging the map, journal, and the notepad into one key binding. So I realized that I'm gonna need to update that in the controls menu. So that it doesn't only say map. And we are gonna have to tweak some of the tutorial tips a little bit. And of course I need to sort out the actual localization for stuff as notes and so on. Which I have translated all of it at the moment using AI, but if you know me, I'm a little bit iffy about using AI translations straight into the game without having someone double check it. Crit, welcome in, man. Stream is a little bit late, I guess I have to change my review to negative. How you doing, Crit? Welcome in. Just as well, good to see you, man. By the way, I'm on Hungarian if you'd like, I can help with the translation later. Ooh, nice. That could be quite useful. If anyone is interested, even if it is a language we already have localizers for, feel free to apply. It's always good to, you know, potentially have some backups and stuff as well. So if anyone speaks another language and is interested, feel free to apply. I also realized, did I misspell collectible? How do you spell collectible? Because I was watching a video earlier and they actually spelled it in a different way. Is it collectable or collectible? Oh, both are correct. Okay, the one with the I is preferred spelling in American English, while collectible is preferred in British English. Okay, it's one of them. I see. Frostcore Studios, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. Will do. Gonna help a fellow gamedev out. Cheers, man. Depends on if you make a collection of them or if there's something you pick up off the ground. I don't think so. It seems like the meaning would be the same, just that this is depending on which English variant it is. Because I spelled it, how did I spell it? I spelled collectible with A. It's interesting though, because the place where I saw this was on the subtitles to a GMTK video, and he is British, and I saw collectible spelled with I. Collectible. Standard spelling in the US, an item that collectors want, worthy of collecting as an adjective. Collectable, preferred spelling in the UK. An object of value to collectors as an adjective worthy of collecting. Other uses, collectible with I is sometimes used as a broader term for any item that can be collected, regardless of perceived value. Collectible can be used for items that can be collected, such as debts or... Okay, so it seems to be exactly the same. Just this, I mean, this is AI as well, but... Just this sounds like pretty much the same thing, and these sounds like pretty much the same thing. As far as I can tell. Tranquil, welcome in, how you doing? Sorry if I butchered your name. I'm a beginner in Godot. I have some struggles to make simple games. When I watch a tutorial, I understand the code and what the functions do, but I can't reproduce or adapt what I learned into my own projects and ideas. Even if I learn what X, Y, and Z do, I forget how to actually use them in my own code. Tutorials often feel like copy-paste. I pick up small things here and there, but I can't keep them in mind well enough to reuse them. Maybe some people get the same problem as me. I didn't really stumble into that much, but I think that might be because I had a very strict way of learning in the beginning where, for example, as the thing you said, tutorials fill in copy-paste, I just decided on a rule for myself that I am literally never allowed to copy-paste code. Especially not if I don't understand it. So in the beginning, when I was learning how to code and stuff, even if I was watching like a YouTube tutorial or like using AI to guide me along and stuff, I would make sure that I always typed all of the code myself. It might sound a little bit silly, but I honestly think it helped me. Because it's the whole thing where I think tutorials and AI both can be very valuable as a tool to learn game development and coding in the beginning. But I do think you have to actually put some effort in to learn. Like, it's very easy to basically become reliant on them. And that's why I feel like you actually do need to put in some proper effort into not only trying to get the thing to work, but trying to actually learn and understand it. So same thing whenever I got code from a tutorial or an AI, while typing it out myself, I would try to make sure that like each thing I add, that I like understand what this function does. Because as soon as you start blindly like copy pasting or doing stuff like that, then you are basically removing the opportunity to learn, in my opinion. So that would actually be my main tip there. Like, preferably, if you do it for the sake of learning, preferably don't copy paste code. Like, actually write the code yourself, because it's just another thing to help you memorize it. And on top of that, try to actually take the little bit of extra time to understand what the code is doing, rather than just like writing the words down, testing, being, oh, this works, okay, I'm not gonna think about it anymore. Like, try to actually think about, okay, so how exactly does this function work here? Because yeah, it's easy to skim over that. Yeah, meaning it's so similar that the UK-US distinction is more common, yeah. Just takes patience mostly, you're not going to learn overnight or next week or next month. Yeah, that's also true, like it is going to take time. It took quite a long time for me to get to the place where I felt comfortable just writing my own code. I do feel quite comfortable today. I can make most things work. Maybe not in the best way, but if I want to get something done, I can usually find a way to do it. But I think the way you use these tools is very important. Like, because I personally think that learning, especially using the like easy tools or whatever you want to call it, such as AI or like YouTube tutorials and whatnot, like I honestly believe that you do have to actually put in effort to learn. Like, just using the thing is not enough to teach you and make you a better programmer. I always copy paste but never use it. What do you mean, Crit? At the first glance, my question would be, why even copy paste if you don't use it? Do you mean that you change it instead? Like you copy paste it and then tweak it, or what do you mean? David with the 10 stream streak. Holy shit, welcome in, man. Hope you're doing good. Nice to have you as always. Hope you're having a good Friday. Okay, so what did I say? Collectible. So I'm currently using the British English, the one that's preferred in British English. I don't know if that could be considered weird, because I don't call the flashlight a torch. The thing is, this game is supposed to be set in England, but it is one of those, when it's like a commercial product, I am not entirely sure if I want to use British English. I don't know, we'll see. Originally on the itch page for the jam version, I actually did call it a torch. But I later on switched it to flashlight, because here's the thing, like a British person will instantly understand what a flashlight is. I think an American person could be more likely to misunderstand what a torch is, since that basically has a different meaning in the US. Shady Games, welcome in, man. How you doing? You could do both. That feels a bit inconsistent, unless I actually localize for both, so you get to pick between American and British English. Which, to be fair, wouldn't be that much work, right? Because the vast majority of stuff is the same. Fuck, don't give me ideas, man. This is not the time for fucking scope creep. I am kinda thinking about it. Yeah, traditional simplified. That would be funny. If I get something from AI, which is rather rare, I copy-paste and check if it works at all. Then if it does, I comment it completely and rewrite it in proper style. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I also think that, like, when I'm talking about, like, copy-pasting code being a bad thing, I think it's very important to note that I mainly mean that as a beginner. And, like, the more experienced you are, especially if it's code that you know exactly how it works, and copy-pasting is all about just being a time saver. At that point, I couldn't say that I see any issue with it. It's more so like, if you're trying to learn and you then choose to copy paste code that you don't understand, at that point I feel like it's a very conscious decision to not learn, which I don't think is good. Ooh, what happened here? Is my seasonal decoration a little bit bugged? Anyway, I changed these to red. I'm not sure, I might revert that. What do you guys think? Having these little tabs to switch between your documents in red. But as I said, I'm gonna need to localize this notes, or rather have it double checked. I also changed it in the control menu, so this button now says map, journal, and notes, which might be a bit long in some languages. You know, that looks kind of fine, to be honest. Also made sure that these are auto-sized, so untechnically I can actually fit. Yeah, I think it looks fine. It would have looked more consistent if they were all the same size, but I think that's good. I think that's good enough. Okay, before we do what I actually want to do today. Oh, I enabled the wrong item from the beginning. Okay, I see. Easy fix, easy fix. So yeah, we ended up doing this seasonal decoration that by default is just a little pot with a dead plant in it, but depending on the season you play the game, it's going to switch between different, like, seasonal decorations, basically. I added this as well, little fireworks, in case you would play the game on New Year's Eve. Just as a little fun thing, eh? GNA, welcome in. How you doing, man? Hope there's no bundle of sticks or bars. Wait, what are you referring to? All done, boss. I've applied. Thanks for sending me the form. Cheers, man. Thank you very much for applying. Even if that doesn't work out in the beginning, it's going to totally fuck you later on in your project. Yeah. I don't like the red, but it's only my opinion. No, that's fair. You are very much allowed to have your opinion. Like I said, I'm not sure. I might actually change it. I think the good thing about having it be in red is that it's very clear that it's an interactable object. That's like the one advantage, I think, because if you bring this up, especially in a room that's a little bit... where there's a bit more going on, it could be semi-easy to miss this, and I think it's fairly important. Just, I don't know if I can be bothered making like a tutorial for these. I will see, I might change it. The thing is that I actually wouldn't mind adding a bit more red in general in the game. Because obviously red is like my accent color, right? But we use it kind of surprisingly sparingly at the moment. There is only a handful of places, mainly like, you know, blood is red. I do use it for the pickups, right? Like whenever you get a new item, it has a little red dot on it until you inspect it, basically show that this is new. Obviously I use it in the menus and stuff. Where else do I use it? I think that is like most places, to be honest. So it is used very sparingly. But I think that's fine too. I don't think I have to use it more. I don't think there's any necessity to have something red in each scene or whatever. Oh, I use it on the TV too. If you turn off the TV, the little power light turns red. That's one other place where we do it. This one. A little red light. What is the package you're using to sort and color your hierarchy? Looks useful. I find it to be quite useful, just for like organization purposes. I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that this is a asset that you can just get from the asset store. The bad news is that since I got this one, they have actually changed it and it is now a paid asset. This was free when I got it, but I think they changed it rather recently, but this is the one I use. Kinda interesting that I'm still allowed to use it. I think I am, I hope I am. I feel like I would have been notified otherwise if it was like you have to pay now, but it seems like if you got it while it was free, you can still use it. I might have to double check that, but I assume that's the case since it still works and everything. Welcome in, GN, how you doing? Can we upgrade the flashlight to at least a Immolant M series? I think it is possible that I might do something fun with the flashlight later in the game, where you might be able to use it for more things. It's not entirely decided yet, but it is very much possible. Yeah, it looks very important since it's very scarce on the rest of the game. Yeah, I think that's fair. Don't mind paying for an accent, even though I think this one looks a little expensive for what it is. Thanks for sharing. No worries, man. Yeah, I agree. Like, I have paid assets as well. Like, obviously I ended up getting Easy Save, which is a paid asset. That one was also rather expensive. I would say that Easy Save has more utility than something like this. Like, this is mainly a visual. There are certain other nice things. One thing I actually use quite a lot is the fact that this asset gives you the ability to scroll click on any item in the hierarchy to deactivate it. You don't actually have to click on like the activation button. That I actually use quite a lot. But I do agree that, like, you know, I probably, if I would have seen this asset today with the price tag, I personally probably wouldn't have bought it. Easy Save I did buy on a sale, so at least I could save some money there. Do you pronounce it as Ramlösa or Ramlösa? I am gonna be completely honest here, man. I didn't even know there was more than one way of pronouncing it. I had no fucking clue. Wait, which one do you say? Now I'm interested here. Am I the weirdo or are other people the weirdos? I think other people are weirdos. I had no idea that there even was an alternative way of pronouncing it. Yeah, like comparing Odin is $60, but for so much more in terms of features, even though it's not the same kind of asset. Yeah, no, I agree. I definitely see a justification for why something like Odin or Easy Save is on the higher price range. For me personally, I still find it quite expensive. Like, it's very possible that I would have bought Odin if it was a bit cheaper. But it's one of them things where, like, I know it could have been very useful for me, but I'm also very, very aware that I would be fine without it, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm gonna be able to make my game without Odin, so for me personally, as someone who's, you know, already quite far down into the negatives in terms of financials, it's like, I would rather save that $60. Ramlösa, of course, that's why I typed it Ramlösa as Ramlösa, fair enough. Yeah, that is how I would say it too. Do people actually say Ramlösa? Is there anyone? I have never heard anyone say that. So, the thing I think we are going to do today, I actually don't have that much stuff I feel like I need to do inside of the game. It is pretty much, or in the engine, it is pretty much at a point where I feel like I could push this build and be quite happy with it. Maybe made sure to double check some of my localization, because there I do feel a little bit more iffy. Since I've done some AI translations, it would be pretty neat if I could get that double checked, but we'll see, we'll see. Also, of course, for anyone who doesn't know, the demo is fucking out, so let me start there. If anyone hasn't, make sure to go and check out the demo. If you've played it, make sure to leave a review, it helps out a lot. Oh, I think it's mostly in Skåne. Okay, oh, that kind of made sense, let's be honest. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'd be surprised that someone in Skåne pronounces something in a different manner. So, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, what I think we're gonna do today is actually to see if maybe we can improve the intro cutscene a little bit. It's something I've been talking about for a long time. Just like getting this one to look a little bit better, especially since it is like the first thing you see in the game basically. Like, I think it would be nice to have maybe a couple more frames here to make it a little bit smoother. And I want to actually draw the trees and stuff with the onion layer to make sure that it actually looks like, now it kind of looks like they are jumping. It should look more like they are moving towards you, right? Like the rocks I placed in here is like the main thing that lets you know that you're moving forward, whereas these are just like kind of randomly moving. So that's something I want to fix. I also think I went a little bit low on the details here. I think we could use more of the dark, what do you call it? The dark grey shading to maybe make some extra details on the trees and maybe on the road. I also think if we have this like greyish overlay on the windshield to make it look more like a window, I think we need to do that on the mirror as well, since that would be through the window. Like, it feels a little bit odd right now that this has like a grey overlay, but the mirror doesn't. It doesn't really make sense. If we do it on one, we should do it on both. However, I did realize a small little issue here. I think I have fucked up my project a little bit, because this does not look as it looks in game. Because I remember that we changed this to make sure that the horizon of the road was centered in the screen. Like so, but it isn't here. So I think I was a little bit cheeky and I did some edits to the actual sprite sheets exported, which is a bit annoying. So we're gonna have to tweak that a little bit here. I guess it's fine since we're gonna have to redo a few things. But yeah, that's basically what I think we're gonna do today, because I'm quite happy with where the demo build is at the moment. Apparently it's a geographical place called Ramlösa that's supposed to be pronounced as Ram. Oh, really? Interesting. I am not too surprised if it's a geographical place, because we do tend to add a lot of exceptions to those type of names. I think because it's something that people talk about a lot and people are lazy, so doing the short vowel is easier than doing the long vowel. I'm not too surprised about it if that is the case with a geographical place. I'm not gonna change how I pronounce it, with that being said, but... because Ramlösa sounds fucking weird. What am I looking at here? Is it this one? Yeah. Let's remove that. I think that was me testing how I could make the text pop-ups look. Okay, so currently we have 4 frames. I almost wonder if... I think I want to keep the speed relatively similar. And obviously the amount of frames with the frame rate is what determines how quickly you are driving. Just like, I could try and make this look smoother, right, by just upping the frame rate. The issue with doing that is that it's gonna look like you're driving way quicker, which I don't know if I want. Like, this is supposed to be like a small country road or something, a gravel road in the forest. So I don't think it made sense for the player to be driving at like 120 kilometers an hour. I don't know if doubling the frames is necessary. I mean, this is easy to think about, right? If I add 2 more frames to this, then if I want you to be driving in the same speed, imagine that, like, you know, I add these as in-between frames, right? That means I'm gonna show 2 more frames in one loop. So couldn't I legitimately test how quick that is? Obviously it's gonna look quicker now since we don't have the between frames. I have the frame rate set to 3. What is that? Is that 3 frames per second? You also put the steering wheel on the wrong side, Captain. I did not. I did not. That is a misunderstanding, unfortunately, GN. I mean, generally speaking, I would agree with you. However, if the game is set in England, it is technically the correct side. Personally, I would say it's the wrong side, but, you know, in terms of the game being realistic to the place where it takes place, it is technically correct. It would be more odd to put it on the, you know, correct side and then have the game take place in England. Other ways you know that the game is in England, well, it obviously rains, and it will rain forever. If you stand out here, it will never stop raining, you know, just another hint that the game does take place in England. Good evening and morjesta. How are you doing, Amisis? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Big shout out to the one and only Amisis, yet another game developer on Twitch, here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. I am very sad that I missed your return stream. I was almost about to ask you to redo it. Just for me, but I guess I have to cope. How you doing, man? I'm glad to hear everything worked out with the bureaucracy shit as well. I'm happy for you, man. Okay, so right now I have 4 frames total, and I'm playing this in 3 frames per second, I think. I'm gonna assume that is the case. Remax, welcome in, how you doing? I am very much going to assume that the frame rate, frame time 1 divided by frame rate. Yeah, okay, so it is. Frame rate here is indeed frames per second. So what, I'm showing 75% of the frames in 1 second. So if I up this to 6, this would be closer to 6 total frames. The frame rate would be closer to 4. If we up it to 8, we would have 6 in frames per second. I think this should work. I think 4 frames per second is fine. I think that should be smooth enough. Let's see, if I would double the amount of frames, I mean, it would definitely end up being smoother. Obviously, we wouldn't drive this fast either, just we would have more frames. I mean, it does look pretty good, but it's more work as well. You need to balance, like, you know, obviously it's gonna take me more time the more frames I do. Can I change this? No, just I set it in, yeah, set it in start, so changing now is not gonna affect anything. This would be the frame rate if we double the amount of frames. I don't know if that is necessary. I feel like going from 4 frames to 6 frames would be enough. That would give me this frame rate. Any thoughts? It's okay, it was kinda fast, been feeling a bit tired, so it wasn't anything special. We'll bounce back, yeah. I'm here for it, man, I'm very glad to have you back. Tired, long day at work. How fast can we go? I mean, let me save. I don't think there's... I mean, you know, there's a limit depending on the actual frame rate I have set. I do assume I could go like 60 frames per second. I don't think it's gonna like crash because of it. Holy shit, we are going quick. Oh, that is interesting. The gauge pointer thingy, basically, it goes so quickly that it turns into a different color. But this is messed up, because this is going so fast that you can actually kind of see all of the frames at the same time. Right? Like, I see each of these rocks continuously. Basically. By the way, you've actually made me start working on my game, so thanks, and from now on, we are competitors. No, we're not. We're not competitors. We are basically co-workers, Crit. Unless you're making a 1-bit point-and-click horror game. In that case, in that case, it would be a little bit more. But otherwise, I will see us as more like, maybe not co-workers is the right term, but like we work in the same building, basically. That was all the feedback on the demo. I loved it at least, and I feel like a lot of people have too. I mean, so far, I think it is the reception has been really good. Definitely gotten you know, some feedbacks I've been wanting to address and stuff, but like the overall impression that people seem to have of the game seems very good. We are still sitting at a very positive review on or rating on Steam, something I am very thankful for. So yeah, overall, I'm really happy with the demo release. We speeding, boys, yeah, perfect. Where's the wall-free key? Well, it's up to you, man. Almost. I did make it so. That's actually one good feedback I had. Alt and Tab would actually count as one of the keys, so they would, you know, forward the dialogue. So if someone tried to tab out of the game, they would miss dialogue. That was a bit of an issue, but that has been fixed now, so Alt and Tab are technically saying press it, that you need to press any key is technically not correct, because the special keys are no longer going to do anything. He's making Gloom of Shroud. I already have a competitor in terms of naming at least. Fortunately, it's a very different game. But I don't know if you guys have seen the... I think it's like a deck builder type thing of sorts called Shroom and Gloom, which is pretty insane. There is another one though, we did find that a while ago. There's another game called Sterling Shroud, which is also fairly similar. That one is actually also a pixel art 1-bit point-and-click game, which is pretty insane. I'm fairly certain it's called Sterling Shroud. Yeah, this one. Psychological horror puzzle point-and-click with a 1-bit art style. This is like, this is as close as you can get, pretty much. I think this one, from what I've seen, I haven't played it, it seems to be a little bit more of a classical point-and-click game. Which isn't bad, nor good, it's just different, right? So I definitely still think that we have some differences in that manner. I think this is also the type of thing where like all your choices and all the stuff you do is like narrated, which is very common and a lot of people like it. I personally am not a huge fan of it. I think a lot of classic point-and-click games are... I think they're a little bit redundant with the narration, where like you do something and something happens, it's very clear what you just did, but there's still a text popping up telling you what you did, which is something I find a little bit... Personally, I find it a bit redundant, but that's kind of the point-and-click way of doing it. But yeah, Shroom and Gloom, this is a completely different game. That doesn't load. But the similarities in names is actually pretty mad. Like, people have even called my game Shroom of Gloom as a kind of as a meme, because some people kept forgetting the name and a few people accidentally said Shroom of Gloom. So me later on randomly finding this game called Shroom and Gloom was a little bit of a holy shit moment. Was there any key? I think I'll order a tab. You nailed it, how are the wish lists? Not anything crazy. I've definitely been getting more wish lists. But overall, the way I see it, like, this release is definitely not a guaranteed success type of release, right? But we have definitely increased the traffic. Since the release of the demo, I have gotten about 50% more wish lists, like an increase in 50%, which I think is fairly good, but it is not like groundbreaking. It definitely doesn't take us to like the guaranteed success type of numbers. I don't know if, you know, nothing is ever guaranteed success, but you know what I mean. But yeah, it's definitely going in the right direction. However, it is definitely slowing down. Like, I can very much already tell that, like, the graph is starting to get a little bit more horizontal again. It was very much a peak during the first couple of days, but it seems like we're going back to a bit more normal now. What I'm mainly hoping for is to hit a better baseline. Like, I don't need this to peak to fucking heaven, but at least if when some time has passed, if we are at a noticeably higher baseline in the amount of wishlist per day, that would make me quite happy. If I go back to having the same baseline as I did before the demo, that would be a little bit sad, but you know, that will require some time before we know for sure. The speedometer changes color based on your speed. We need that in real life. Imagine it's slowly turning red as you go faster. Have you ever played the game Beware? It gives me that vibe. I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure if I've even heard of it. I see a game called Beware Tomorrow. Is it called just Beware? Beware Tomorrow, Beware Behind You. Oh, open world driving simulator? Oh, I see. So I assume then that it's the intro cutscene that reminds you of it, rather than the game loop itself. Just this sounds like an actual driving game. I'm making Shloom of Gloom a point-and-click survival open world with zombies and crafting, and I hope multiplayer as well. MMO. Change that to press any key that's acceptable for us, exactly. Put a little fine print below it. If your game becomes a hit, we're definitely gonna see a drama video on how you stole this game's style. No way. I am completely fine because I started working on my game earlier. I started working on my game before I think they made the announcement. I think the guy actually makes YouTube videos as well. I actually think the coincidence is so fucking huge that I think we both started working on our games at pretty much the same time. Like, we started working on them, I think both started October last year. Both went with a 1-bit pitch slot style, and both settled on a title with the name Shroud in it. Which is like, it's actually pretty insane. I don't think neither one stole anything or whatever. I probably don't even think either one took inspiration, because I found it... When did we find it? I think we found it a few months after the game jam or something. But like, the coincidence is pretty mad. I saw the Shroom and Gloom and thought of that, although it looks fantastic, yeah. Now it's marketing and waiting for the next fest, right? Not really, I still have a lot of content stuff to do. We have some... I mean, with the new update that's coming out, I'm feeling pretty good about the general state, but, you know, I still need to, like, double the amount of content I currently have. I have about double the amount of content compared to the demo, like in the full version, but I think I want the game to have like quadruple the amount of content, so I need to do that as well as marketing, as well as preparing for the next fest. It's gonna be stressful, but I hope we can make it. Why, I have like 4 months or something? How's Shadows of Tuonela going, Amises? Yeah, the Dash game is actually pretty scary. It's a shame Steam goes by wishlist when you can't get wishlist unless people see it to wishlist it. Yeah, it's one of those... it's definitely one of those systems that, you know, it kind of serves the big ballers the most, right? Because it's basically a snowball system. Like, the more wishlists you have, the more wishlists you're gonna get. Leposdian, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know. Let me throw you a little shout out here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't, make sure to go and check out Lepo. Do I follow you? I don't know if I do. You were streaming software and game development? Nice, nice. Let me throw you a follow. I think you've been here before though, haven't you? For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom. It's not a driving simulator, most of the time it looks more like this. Basically, you rummage through this old manor, solve some puzzles, get a little bit spooked. If anyone is interested, the demo was released a couple of weeks ago, so go and check that out if you haven't. Appreciate any reviews on the demo. What is up, Lepo? How you doing, man? What have you been up to? Do you have any links or anything you wanna share? Okay, let's change this from 60 FPS to 4. I think 4 frames per second is good. In that case, I can kinda keep the same driving speed, but I can add 2 in between pixels. I think that would be fine. Or we go to... I mean, I feel like 8 frames and doing 6 frames per second feels unnecessary. Like, this frame rate feels very quick. Now, obviously, it's hard because it also feels quicker because we don't have the in-between frames. So, literally, it's gonna look like you're driving faster. Like, if we added the in-between frames, you would be driving slower, but it would look more smooth. It's a little bit hard to actually tell properly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Someday I will improve the page, let me check it out. Was super busy and brain-cracking stream, but it was successful. Nice, man. The Posdian vibe. Ooh, look at that, very colorful. Online sandbox and co-op story missions, PvP modes and built-in editor. Holy shit, look at this guy. Play through the campaign with friends, join battles and social games. Customize the world interface and rules to your liking. Online play is session-based, you decide when and with whom you play. Damn, look at that! Do we have a trailer? We do have a trailer. Let's check it out. The reveal trailer. How can we see the moon and stars if it's cloudy and rainy? Because the clouds are above you, but the stars and moon you see are further away. You know, just because it rains doesn't mean that it literally rains anywhere. You know, the way it works is that it rains in certain spots, right? So technically speaking, I have a fucking solution. Hashtag saved. Get wrecked. Tunola has been a bit frozen for a month now, suffering a bit from of his slump, I suppose. Couldn't push myself to work on it while I was battling the government. Very understandable. I saw your playtest, Irregular Human. Your game has amazing style and atmosphere. Thank you very much, Lepo. That means a lot. Oh, did the Boolean play this? Okay, let's check it out.
About what this game is and who made it? Let me tell you all about it. Hello? My name is Sergey and my brother's name is Alexander.
Fucking beautiful, luscious hair. Okay. Feel like you're one-upping me a little bit here. Way to make me feel worse, but go on.
We are indie game developers and we are creating a game called Lipozhdian Vibe. This is our a dream project and we are really excited to share about it with you. Lipozhdian Vibe is an immersive simulator inspired by synthwave and 80s aesthetics. And
the aesthetic is nice.
Really, the creativity and freedom come first. For example, want to relax? We have a sandbox game mode with really no objectives and limits. Craving action? Jump into classic shooter game modes with dynamic combat. Love racing? Organize arcade-style races with your friends. Team up with players. Dive into social dynamics. Solve challenges.
How long have you been working on this?
Outsmart your rivals. That's not all. Lipozhdian Vibe lets you create your own worlds. We have
3 years?
built-in map editor, module
Good
support,
shit, man.
and even a programming language, so you can bring your ideas to life right in the game.
Fucking hell.
Leopard's Vibe is a game where you can customize everything to your liking. The interface style, the atmosphere, the vehicles, and even the game rules. And best of all, it supports VR and multiplayer. You can not only play, but also create unique sessions with your friends. And you know what's the best part?
No.
The game is free. No microtransactions. It's our gift to everyone who loves creative freedom.
Fucking hell, man. Respect. Yeah, the game looks... You know, with all due respect, it looks incredibly ambitious, and on top of that, the fact that you're doing it, like, you're gonna release it for free. Pretty fucking insane, man.
But
to be fair, it looks like you've already come quite far with it. I wouldn't even know where to start with a project like this. GG, man.
to keep the project growing, we need your support. We are completely independent developers, with no investors. The entire game was created out of pure passion. If you'd like to help us, consider subscribing to our Patreon or Boosty. Your contribution will help us add new content, improve the game, and grow the community.
So wait, it was 2 brothers working on this, right? I think you said it in the beginning.
It's just the beginning. If you like the idea, tell your friends, share this video, or support us on a Patreon or Boosty. Every step you take is a huge help for us. Thank you for watching this video, and see you soon in Leopard's Vibe. Bye.
GG, good shit, man. Very, very impressive. Let me make sure that I got this on my wish list. Ladies and gentlemen, support our fellow developers. Go and hit that wishlist button. Very impressive, Lepo. Very impressive. Which brother are you? Are you the brother we just watched? Or are you the other one? I'm just being curious here. If you don't mind, of course. Very, very impressive. I can feel myself just getting anxious thinking of the scope of that game, but fucking I respect it, man. Don't you just watch this? Jin, how you doing? The question is hilarious for some reason. Why? I was just curious. I wanted to know whether I was watching you specifically or your brother. So also, GG on the hat. Little bastard one-upping me. I'm joking. I'm missing people, I'm missing. Okay. Either I double the frames... Fuck it, I'm gonna double the frames. Who gives a shit? A bit more work, but if we were not here for scope creep, what were we here for? Do you know what I mean? We're gonna fucking double it. Which means that the frame rate here is going to be set to 6. Yes. This is going to be the frame rate. But it's gonna...
my proposition. Triple it.
Triple it? No, fuck you. Get out of here, Jin. You see how I knew it was you? I didn't even look at the chat. I just fucking knew it was you who said it. Holy shit, that is some proper fucking streaming insight, isn't it? I could just feel it, man. Thank you very much. I really get emotional peak, and this is so cool that people and other fellow devs love it. Yeah, no, it's very impressive. I very much respect it. I could definitely not do a game of that scope myself, so yeah, good on you, man. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We are gonna very much change how this works. First of all, the most important thing, we're gonna double check that everything looks the same here. Yeah, so the main thing we need to change is the fact that the I want a horizon to actually be centered, because it just looks, it's just nicer to look at. So let's actually go to frame number 1. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do a new layer. I'm gonna do... a little thing like this. And then I'm gonna move you. Why can't I see the... Oh, what the fuck? $59.60, okay. And we add another one here. Boom. So that is the... that should be the center of the screen. It is indeed. Let's make that one a little bit see-through. I'm gonna rename this one some shit like... gin. Sure. And then we need to start moving stuff here. Steering wheel can stay, stars will have to be moved. Reflection can stay, mirror can stay, dashboard, interior, car base, forest is gonna move, moon is gonna move, a lot of these are gonna move, holy shit. The rocks, I think I'm gonna delete, the road needs to move, small horizon, all of this needs to move. Kind of wondering if I should just make this into one, like merge all of these. No. That is probably a dumb decision. So what I'm gonna do instead is check this and then we're gonna... How do I do this the easiest way? It might actually be easier to move the car instead of moving the outside and just... I don't fucking know what I'm doing. Cankles, welcome in, man. Oh, okay. Oh wait, alignments? Oh, I already did some shit here. Okay. Let's delete that layer. Let's delete this layer. That's an empty layer, so let's delete you. We're gonna keep the mana layer. Gauge pointer. What? I'm so confused. Something is on here, but I literally cannot tell what, because if I... Oh. Oh, so some of the pointers are here, and some are here. Well, that's pretty fucking confusing. Okay, so I guess we merge those two. Why would they be separate? I don't know. I can't really see a reason why, so we're gonna merge down. All of those are one. Dashboard. Dashboard copy. Why do I have all of these layers? What the fuck? Okay, I'm just gonna merge you down as well. Just one big dashboard. We have the interior of the car, we have the base of the car, forest, okay. Can I move multiple layers? I think I can, if I'm not mistaken. That would be the easiest. What do I do? Control select them or some shit? In that case, we want to move the... Can I move the entire thing? Like, you... stars... Huh? Okay, I think they got selected. Stars, mana... Forest... Moon... No, I'm switching in between. So, in other words, it's not gonna work. No, that doesn't do shit. There must be a way of doing this. Moving multiple layers A sprite. To move multiple layers in A sprite, first select the area you want to move using the selection tool, then all the layers you want to move in the timeline. Finally, click and drag the selection on the canvas. Okay, so I want to move everything of... But it fucking deselects it, you bastard. What are you on about? As soon as I click, I deselect my selection. Oh, click and drag the selection... No, wait. Select all the layers. How do I select all the layers? What? Oh, do I need to do this, maybe? Okay. Okay, let's try that. Mana... Stars... Forest, moon, rocks, road, small horizon. This is what I want to move. Does that work? That doesn't work. Now I'm just moving the small horizon. Never listen to AI. What you're doing, I'm trying to improve the intro cutscene a little bit. I think it's time. Made sure that we have the best first impression when someone boots into the game. But I'm trying to learn how this shit works. Select a range of layers you want to move, put the mouse above the selection border. Start dragging from selected border, drop the layers where you want. But I don't want to move them in the hierarchy. No, I want to move them like on the canvas. Should I just give up and do them individually? Because I don't understand how this works. Yeah, I guess I can see how much I move them though, so that's gonna make it easier. And I guess I want it like here or something? Maybe? Ah, you know what I do? I move the mana first. Because that one I know should be centered. Easy peasy. Okay, mana. How far do I need to move you? So you should be... you can't be centered. I guess I put you like... here then or something? So that is minus... Let's do... No, let's put you here. Minus 25 on the x-axis. Stars. So you should also move... minus 25. Forest. Minus 25. Trees. Oh yeah, I was going to do single ones first. I don't think that's a good idea. Let's actually delete the entire layer. Moon. Rocks. I might delete this layer too. Boom. Road. Okay, we're getting that. Last but not least, I think, we have the small horizon. Boom. Okay, now the outside area should be fully centered, which is gonna look better. So let's see how we should improve this. You can just select multiple layers and move with the selection tool without selecting mark, I think. Like you were doing the selection. Okay, interesting. I think I'm gonna have to redo all the frames anyway. So if these are now misaligned... Oh, they're not. Oh. Oh, interesting. I thought I only moved this frame now, but I actually moved all of them. But I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna need that, because I'm gonna have to redo almost everything here. So let's take this one, and then what we're gonna do... It's gonna be difficult getting like a perfect loop here. That's gonna be the main challenge. Making sure that we have a pretty much perfect loop. But I could try and... Made sure that there's like 6 steps to everything. Like if everything has 6 steps, then it will always be a perfect loop, won't it?
That's good.
Strom, welcome in man, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. As in like this one is gonna move here. Oh, but the issue doing this... I just realized now is that these are not gonna move, they're gonna stay the same. So I do 3 and then I add in-betweeners on the other frames. Just I think it would be nice to have something on the road. So I'm thinking that these, on the next frame, these would move like here. And then over here. Does that make sense? And then we want one more, so they're gonna be a lot bigger here. From a first glance, I don't love this. We'll see. So basically using the... onion skin layer, we're gonna have... Like this pixel is gonna move here, that one's gonna move here, that one's gonna move here. This one's gonna move like here, here, and here. And then, so for the road I would basically only have 2 sprites. Is that dumb? That is probably dumb. Probably what I actually should do is put 6, or rather 5 more here, making this pixel actually come closer and closer. And during the next 5 frames, I'm gonna turn this into this one. That's how I actually make it look smooth. Oh my god, this is so much more work. I think it's gonna be better though, but holy shit, it is gonna be a bit more work. But fuck it. Let's do it. Like I said, this is one of the first impressions to the game, so I do think it's fairly important that it looks good. However, it's very possible that I'm going to change the intro a bit, rather add more stuff to it, where the driving section might only be one part, like the final part of the intro before you get to the house. But I might actually add some other scene to begin the game, because as I have mentioned before, I think we need to set the game up a little bit more in terms of narrative. So I think I might do a separate scene where we explain some of the the narrative a little bit more, and then we switch to the driving scene right before you end up here. I'm gonna snooze this ad, fuck it. I thought your intro was sick already. I do like it. The main issue that we have currently with the intro is that I'm just not explaining stuff enough. So a lot of people get this thought of like, what the fuck am I doing here? Am I just breaking into some random's house? And that's a little bit immersion breaking, and it also leaves people with the idea of like, why am I staying here? Like, I don't give them a good enough reason to stay in the house, so it's a very logical conclusion to be like, why wouldn't I just walk away from here? And I think that's a bit of an issue. So I think for the full game, and I mean for a demo update as well, I'm gonna have to basically just explain a little bit better what you're doing here and why you are here, and give you a reason that like, even if something fucked is going on, you actually have to stay here, you know? Just an idea, but there could be a single frame where those two red eyes appear somewhere near a bush or something. Interesting idea. Could do that. I would have to do that separately, because otherwise the issue is that right now this is a continuous loop, right? And it would be kind of weird if it continuously pops up, but I mean, it's definitely possible. I could just do it as a separate thing. The rainy manor is super deep atmospheric. Cheers, man. Maybe leave it as it is, but add on the left like a folded case. It would tell you 100% or some sort of detective. The thing is that I'm not entirely sure if that even is enough. And it also depends on what you mean by detective, because we do have some tricky thing here where basically we cannot make the player a part of the police force. Like, it just won't make sense. Because if you're any type of person who has any affiliation with the actual police force, the first question is going to be, where is my gun? And the thing is, I cannot give the player a gun. We cannot have a gun in this game. The game's atmosphere is really on point, I love it. Simply chilling. Thank you, Lion. Very much appreciate it. Also, big shout out to Lind, who's been doing the, you know, the music and sound effects and stuff, which does add a lot to the general ambience, right? Okay, I'm gonna remove the rocks. How do I want to do this? Holy shit, this is difficult. Animations, eh? Because I could do something with where the trees, like, it would be fairly simple to just say, okay, I'm gonna have like, oh yeah, I said 8. Fuck it, we're doing 6 frames, I can't be bothered. I'm realizing now how much work this is gonna be. If we do 6 frames, I could just make it so that we have 6 trees along the path, getting bigger and bigger. And then basically each frame, it is as if this tree jumped here, and this tree jumped here, this tree jumped here. But the issue with doing that I'm realizing, is that that means that the base of this tree is always gonna stay in place. It's not ever gonna move. So I don't know if that might be an issue. I think it might be better to just say that, okay, we're gonna have... You're gonna be able to see 4 tree stumps or whatever, like you do now. And then to make it smooth, since say that we now have 6 frames per second, in that case I basically want to add on each frame, I want to move this tree 1 step over here 5 times until when we loop back to this frame, this tree have basically become this. Rather than doing that in 1 frame, we're gonna do it across the 6 frames. You could make him a private investigator. They normally don't have guns, but should have the same purpose. That is kinda, if I'm being honest, that is kinda where I'm leaning at the moment. Because as you said, it can give the player a very clear objective as to like what you're doing here. Because it's like a professional reason. But we don't have to think about the expectation of having a gun. Because, as I said, like, there's way too many questions about giving the player a gun. And if you play as like an actual detective, I mean detective as in like on the police force, then we can't not have a gun, because that also, like, why would a detective go somewhere to investigate without his gun, you know? So it's I'm currently leaning more towards something like that, like, you know, doing some private investigator or kind of outlasty, some journalist type thing. Like something where you have basically like a professional reason as to why, not only why you're here, but why you should stay here. Because technically I already give the player a reason for why you're here, very loosely and very generically. But the issue is that that one is just not strong enough to explain why you stay here. So as soon as you realize something bad is going on, it's very natural to get the thought of like, okay, why wouldn't I just run? Why wouldn't I just get out of here? Because they don't have enough of a purpose, you know. Newspaper, missing, nobody knows. I'm thinking about potentially having it be like the first part of the intro being you by a table, actually picking up your, you know, either a type of assignment or basically a letter from someone inquiring you to go here. That's kinda where I'm leaning, and then we would jump over to this animation of you driving to the house and then the game starts. That's kinda what I'm thinking. Reason why I've been very, very good at not spoiling stuff like this before. But I think, you know, this is gonna be the literal first thing in the game, so I think it's fine to talk about. Jay says connection to family here, can't let it go. Yeah, just that is the thing. We need something where there's just a more clear incentive for why you have to stay here. You stop at the house to try and figure out why you're the only one getting rained on. There we have it. Easy peasy. Okay, so I think we're gonna start off doing the forest. Because I think the forest is gonna be definitely the most important thing. That's the one that's gonna sell the motion the most. And the road as well, I suppose. But that's also difficult with like this part of the road. I think I might just wiggle that one a few pixels, kinda like what I have been doing. Like that one's not gonna be perfectly smooth, it's just gonna wiggle a little bit just to try and sell the motion. And like the true motion of the road, we're actually gonna sell using these extra details we're adding. I think that's good. Which means, but let's start looking at the actual trees. So this is the old one. I am going to use you as a little bit of a base. So let's do this. And then we're gonna make you a bit see-through. Jump over to our new layer. We're gonna call this new forest. I'm still gonna do the thing where the trees are basically one, because I think that's gonna look better than doing individual trees. I think we're gonna keep the same color though. Where is the center? I could theoretically just do the same thing on both sides. You know what I might do? I might actually only do one side and then flip it to the other side with like one frame off so that they still look different per frame, but in reality it's basically the same loop on both sides. That is gonna be way less work. Which means that... let's do the side by the moon, because that's gonna be the most important. And in that case, I don't even need to use this. And here, I think we should be able to basically just do little ups and downs here. Basically having each up and down be kind of like a patch of trees. That makes sense. And then we're gonna basically move that every frame. I think I should disable the car for this, so that we can actually make this go all the way to the end. Where is my mirror reflection? Yeah, let's do something like that. Maybe what we could do is just add a line. Let's use the... I don't think I need the gin layer anymore, sorry gin. So we're gonna remove that one, and then we're gonna do a... just gonna cover this to know where the car ends at the bottom. That's not it though. So this is the stuff that we basically don't need to worry about. Well, that's not entirely true, because we have lower here than we have... yeah, but I'm doing this side, so that's fine. Because we need to make sure that we reach the end on this side, but if we start on the right side and flip it, we should be fine. Okay, so we do that and then disable the car. Now I know where to stop worrying about the road. Oh, sorry guys, we do have some ads running. I completely missed this one. I'm not sure I like this though. I think it should be more significant in terms of like how the trees are getting bigger and bigger. If you know what I mean. Right here it should basically just be very tiny little bumps, almost undistinguishable. And then here somewhere we start going a little bit bigger. And then we go way bigger. Now I feel like I'm going too low though. But something like that. We go a little boom. What the fuck? Boom. 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 That looks a bit sharp. Is that too smooth though? I feel like maybe I have to make it more exaggerated. It's like when this moves, it's just gonna wiggle a little bit. But maybe that's fine. I guess it's the tree stumps that's gonna sell the movement the most. Could even make it interactive, like leave the dinner bar, click on the car to open, hashtag scope creep. No, you could. The only issue is that if I do that, I would want it to feel like the rest of the game, if that makes sense. And I'm not entirely sure how to go about that. I mean, I guess I could do the inside of like a dinner or bar. Kind of like one of the rooms in the house, and you walk out and then you see the car there and you click to get into it. That could work. Because I think in that case it would start as one of the close-up puzzles. Like you basically just see the table kind of like when you have walked up to something, and then maybe you click on like a letter or something, you bring that up, you can read it, which gives you like the assignment or whatever you want to call it, or like your mission basically. Then when you put that away, you can now walk away from the table. And then either we go straight into the car automatically, or if we go scope creep, then you would basically click to walk out of the diner, click to get into the car, and then you drive here. I think something along those lines are what we're gonna do. Okay, let's try this one more time. I think it needs to be more clear, like where the bumps are. Because that should kind of make it easier for me in terms of animating this. Basically, this one is gonna move here, move here, move here, and then become this bump. Because that's one thing that I think I kind of fucked up on the other one. I basically just did this, and then went to the new frame, did something-ish similar, but there was no connection between the frames, which made it look a lot more like jumpy. Whereas if I made sure to try and make this into more of a smooth animation, then I think it could look a lot better. And then maybe that is the first tree stump. That doesn't make sense. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we do each. Okay, so no tree stump over here. Instead, the first one would be like here somewhere. Basically, this being one tree. Center of this one is like here somewhere, so should that be smaller? Maybe not. Okay, one tree here, one tree here, one tree here. That makes sense. Final one should be somewhere at the end, so do something similar. We go here, boom. I think we still want to see this one. It should just be way thicker, so maybe we start here and then we go boom. So that is the final tree stump. So we're gonna do 4 stumps, each one is gonna have 5. I could also just do 4 frames, keep the same frame rate as we had before. I think if we made the animation itself be smoother, it might look fine. This is me trying to minimize the work now. Cav/pub, right? We're gonna drive on the wrong side of the road, then we should speed run also. Good point, good point. Here, it basically jumps in between 2. Maybe I could even... This is gonna look slower, no matter what. So it's possible that it's gonna naturally up the frame rate. Because I'm realizing here that the tree stumps don't really move that much. I think maybe I can do just 4 frames, and then if I make this way smoother, because on the other one, on the last one, I basically jumped from here to like here. And on the next frame, that one jumped like all the way over here. which means that I had to slow down the frame rate to make it not drive too fast. But if I still only do 4 frames, but I made sure that this one loops to this one, so we're gonna have 3, 3, 3, and then we're here. That's gonna be slower, which means I can up the frame rate. I don't think I need more frames. I think I just need to make it all smoother. I actually think so. I guess if we wanted to, we could kinda make the stumps like this as well. Do I like it? I kinda maybe do. I think I might like it. Okay, so you connect over there. Let's make this one connect all the way to the end. Gonna bring you down here, and then I'm just gonna connect you. Now we should fill that in. No, that's gonna be trickier in terms of fixing the onion skin, because I think for some reason the onion skin basically doesn't work when you have a background color, which is kinda shit, but I guess that maybe made sense. Yeah, because I do show onion skin right now, but I can't see it. Whereas I think if I turn off the background... Yeah, now you see this one went grayish. But how do I... So can I just not have a black background? Do I need to have a brighter one? No, just now I can't see it. I need to be able to see these onion lines. Like, is there not a setting to make these more noticeable? Show onion skin. That's all I can do. Advanced mode. Because I need to be able to see these, but it seems like as soon as I add a background, they basically become invisible. But they are really fucking difficult to see, yo. Like, even like this, I can just about tell where they are. Do I need to use a more extreme color? Would that help out? That does actually help out a lot. That is way more visible. Interesting. Okay, so we might have to do something like this first. So that I can see the onion layer. Also, I don't want to see the one in front of me. How do I disable that? Like, I only want to see... Because this shows me the sprite before and after. I don't know if I want one after. Tammy the Hammer, welcome in, man. How you doing? Can you change the onion skin color? I don't know if I can. I think it shows the same one with lower opacity. So I think changing the color is changing the color of the actual thing. Unless there's something in advanced mode. But I don't know what this is. Go back, pressing Control F. Yeah, that seems scary. Yeah, very odd. It feels a little bit annoying that you can't have a background. I guess I could make my own onion skin by actually copy-pasting this on another layer. I suppose. Oh, can I drag that one? Ah, I see. Yeah, now it just shows me the one behind. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nymph. Because it's a little bit... I don't love drawing like this, because I feel like I lose so much of the... Like, it's way more hard to read what's going on here. But technically what I could do is just add a new layer behind this one that we call something like better onion, yo. And then what I would do for each frame is basically to copy this one as the next frame's better onion. And then bring down the opacity a little bit. Do you know what I mean? That would be like the manual version, which I would kinda be fine with. It's not too annoying. Because I'm not hyped on drawing like this. That is a little bit odd. But from what I can tell, it doesn't really seem like onion skins work that well. When you have a background. I think it's more so for like animated sprites. I think that's where it's more useful. Like, I bet if I search a sprite onion skin, it's gonna show me like sprite animations. You know, like this stuff, where you see how this specific sprite was, since that would be drawn on a transparent background. I feel like this is probably where the built-in onion skin like has its biggest advantage. Whereas maybe not when you draw some like full-on cutscene with background and stuff. I think this is what you're supposed to use it for. But it would have been nice if I could get it to work here as well. I just don't want to draw like this. I guess what I could do is to fill in the forest. You know what? Maybe that's what I should do. Because I think if I went back to this one and I fill this in with black, I mean, it's definitely more noticeable. Oh yeah, we go crazy. I think that would be better for the outline though. Because that is definitely easier to spot. But you know what, I actually think I preferred my own method doing this. I just liked drawing on the dark background. It's not too much work. I don't really mind doing it this way. I don't really mind it. Teabag Beerchan, welcome in. Good evening, waited all day long to say hi, wanted to try and be first so I can die in peace, but no, had to start later, but still glad to see you. You as well, Teabag. Sorry the stream did end up being a bit late today, but happy to have ya, as always. Okay, so I think I'm gonna keep doing 4 frames, which means that in 4 frames I want this tree stump to become this one. Which basically means that maybe I could go like here. So you have 4. That would be 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe we do another one like this. Should also put them like this. Like they could overlap each other. You know what I mean? So this is frame 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we loop back to frame 1. Yeah, I think I might do that. That does seem like it could work. So in that case, we want the next tree stump to be like here. Which means that this one... Let's just say that we always use this one exactly the same. Let's see, 4 pixels. So maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4. Loop back. Yeah? Just have to... How big is this one? It should at least be the same size, but preferably like 1 pixel wider, I suppose. And that one is gonna be outside of the monitor. What are we working on? I'm trying to improve the intro art in the game for the driving scene. Basically, the main thing I'm trying to focus on is making the trees a lot smoother. Because I never use the onion skin here, which means that like the trees don't actually move towards you, they are just kind of jumping around. And the only thing that truly sells the motion of going forward is kind of these rocks I put in. I'm gonna try and make it so that it actually looks like the trees are moving towards you, which means that like this bump here is gonna be here now, and then here on the next frame, and then here. So that like everything shows the forward motion, which I think is gonna look a lot better. So I'm gonna do this somewhat similar. And here we're gonna go over here. Yeah, this is gonna be so much smoother, holy shit. You can already feel it. You see, now we're actually moving the tree stumps like 1 step forward. And then we just have to do the same here, so you can basically make this a lot straighter. And then this bump just needs to... you know what, let's do the same here. Let's move this bump a little bit. Then move this bump a little bit. I think the tree stumps are what's gonna sell it the most. Should probably copy-paste the same line and just move it, to be honest. Yeah, do you see? Like, immediately just with these 2 frames, it looks way more like the trees actually sell the motion way better. Because it's moving consistently rather than just like jumping randomly as they did before. I think this is gonna be way better. Looks smooth, yeah, I think it's gonna look way smoother. Can you copy the hill bump and move? Yeah, I think I actually could do... Or probably not, you know, because technically the bump needs to keep getting bigger, because the plan is that in 4 frames, to make this a perfect loop, this bump has to become this bump. And if I literally move it, then this is gonna remain the same size, which means it's just gonna be like this. So, I don't think I can do that. I mean, as long as it's better than we had before, I think it's fine. And I think no matter what, this is going to be better. Oh, I meant to move it and redo it. I'll try completely new. Ah, yeah, that might actually work. Oh yeah, we want to add the things as well. Oh, whoops. That's not gonna be visible, but why not? Oh, actually, let's do this. Just, yeah, the car base is all the way up there. Now I should be able to fill this in right. Nope. So I need to do that maybe. There we go. And then I think we should try and add more details to this as well. So maybe do, you know, some random lines and stuff on the tree stumps. Maybe do a little bit of like bushy stuff on the tree. I mean, obviously better than this, but you get the general idea. Because I think it's good if this has, generally speaking, the same amount of detail as the rest of the game does, which now I don't think it does. Like, this is way simpler than this. Like, there's a lot more of these like finer details here, which we are completely lacking here. So I think adding those like darker grays in would do us quite good. Okay, so now I guess easiest thing is to copy paste this frame, remove the better onion skin. We are gonna cut this one, make you into the better onion skin instead. Boom. And then the only annoying thing here is that I lose out on where the goal is. Maybe I want to have that frame as well. Maybe I'll do yet another one. Then I copy, not that, yeah, that layer. And I want to paste you. Why can't I fucking paste you here? Want to paste you here. Is that the one? It is. Like, this is the goal. Let's make this one. That's the goal. And let's put this one above. So we're doing the red one, and we want to move one step closer to the pink one. Also can make the moon more visible towards the end of the drive. Sorry if I'm overstrobing it again, no worries, man. I don't know though, because we gotta keep in mind that this is a perfect loop. So if I move the moon closer, it will eventually jump back, which is gonna look weird. Billboard with a hot chick should not be ruled out either. Like you drive down the street, the right hill leaves at some point on the right side. You start to see the house in the distance, and then the moon in the sky underneath the manor. Target of the day, dum dum dum. Yeah, I could do it because we are still gonna have the final frames, which will have the manor getting closer. I guess those are gonna be relatively similar, since we're still doing 4 frames. But it feels like it could end up looking very drastic moving the moon. Because usually you wouldn't see the moon move unless you drive really far or during a very long time. Like if you see a 1 minute video of someone driving, like generally speaking, the stars and the moon are not gonna change position, unless you do a turn, of course. Candonian, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Should shake the screen slightly to get the idea of a row, yeah. Should add a little bit of like continuous screen shake. I think I do that a little bit with the car already. Like having the steering wheel and the gauges move. I think that helps to sell the fact that like the car is not completely static. Disagree, people were following the moon via car and didn't realize it was a curved street and thought it was a UFO. Yeah, the issue here is that we don't have a curved street. This is a straight road. And if the road is straight, the moon wouldn't move, right? The perspective of the moon is not gonna change drastically in a short time unless you actually turn. Drive it to the right. The hard part there is that since this is a continuous loop that I'm not, at the moment, not sure how long the player will look at, since, you know, you can loop it forever. Even if we just turn it slightly, it's eventually gonna feel like you're going around in a circle. I think. I mean, obviously I haven't tried this, so maybe it works perfectly, but that's my initial assumption, at least. Also, this is just me trying to cope and be lazy, to be very clear. This is like, I'm already overwhelmed at the work of this and like, how can I make this stay simple? Let's not joke around like that isn't the case as well. Okay, I want the red one to move towards the pink one. The pink one is gonna be the final one. We are on frame 3, which means we're gonna be here and the final frame is gonna be here. The tree stump is gonna be here on the final one. Okay. So then... I think we can do something like that. Red one moves towards the pink one. Oh, shit! We need a new tree stump appearing here. I forgot about that. Like, something has to become this one. I might just do that on the very last one, though. Like, on the very last one, we just do some shit like... That looks like a penis. We just do some shit like this right before. Because that one is so small anyway. Just like my penis. Anyway, what are we doing? Red one moves towards the pink one. So next one starts here. We want to go about halfway. Maybe a little bit less. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay. And I guess this one... You're gonna go out of frame now, so I actually don't need to worry about you anymore. Yeah, you're moving out of frame. So most of these frames are only gonna have, like, 3.5 trees, I suppose. Red one is the most recent. That line looks a little bit too straight, I think. Oh, yeah, especially compared to this line. Yeah. I think that's better. Damn, that looks like rotoscoping. Looks good, bro. Thank you very much, Lantern Kick. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Yeah, I think this is gonna be way better than what we had. Like now, I feel like it's actually gonna look like the trees are moving. Not just like randomly jumping. And then I'm gonna be real lazy and just copy paste this to the other side. Oh, whoops. This is gonna be so much smoother. Okay. We need a top though. Okay, red is the most recent. The frame after the next one we want to be at the pink one. Oh, that might actually be a bit tricky. Let's see, how do I do this? I want you to go more narrow here. Make the bump closer here. Now the bump is gonna be more like here somewhere. Next one is gonna be like here. And this is the one that next frame is gonna be like here, and on the final frame we are back to that one. Because which frame? Yeah, I'm on frame 3. Shit, do I need to move these more? No, but this should be good. Okay, this is the center of the tree, which means here somewhere we're gonna start going up. This is gonna become the final one. That looks a little bit too straight. We definitely did a bigger jump there. Oh, I think it looks fine though. I think especially when you get some real frame rate here. I think this might look fine. Definitely did a bigger jump though. I don't think I moved the first one enough, to be honest. I think this one here should actually be bigger. Yeah. Maybe even here too. I don't think it's too shabby. And then when we get some details on the road moving towards you. Oh shit, we have to actually make the road move as well. I might just steal the old ones I had. Oh shit. Am I not gonna be able to copy paste this? I just realized that the road is not completely symmetrical, is it? Is this gonna work? No, that looks fine. No, that looks perfectly fine. I think we're good. Okay, we have one more frame to do. So here we want to have the better onion yo of the last frame. And then we also want to copy over the final frame, because that is our target. And then we can try and loop this and see how it looks. All the jokes aside, and apologize, you are basically working on the demo, right? Are you still updating the demo because it's a priority, or is that work that's gonna impact the full game? Just trying to understand game dev. I would say it's kinda both. I think updating the demo is good because I still think there's improvements I could do to like better sell the product, or like to make it just feel more polished and better. And but it's also true to say that it's gonna impact the full game, because this is gonna end up in the full game. So it's not like solely for the demo, but it's not solely for the full game either. So it's kind of both, to be honest. Oh, so wait, this is gonna be real easy now. Because now we just need to tie this together. Which means that this one is gonna connect with this one. This one is gonna connect with this one. You will of course connect with you. And then we should have a perfect loop back to the first one again. On the next frame it's gonna be the pink one. But here I also want to add something for the very first one, so I think we're gonna do... I wonder if I should just do this. But would that be enough to look like a stump? Maybe I need to... fuck it, let's do this. Yeah. And now I want this to be close to the pink one. Kind of as close as possible. It should be slightly before the pink one. Well, technically it should be right in between these. Wait, what? The peak is there and there, which means that this peak is gonna be here and then start turning down. Peak is here and here, which means we should have a turn down here and then peak like here. I think that might be fine. Thanks for the answer, no worries, man, of course. Do you really need to be that far down? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, let's loop this. Obviously the focus here is the trees on the right side. That is so much better. Holy shit. I mean, it might not be perfect, but it's way fucking better than what we had. It actually feels like the trees are coming closer. Obviously I need to fix the road as well, but you know what? I am pretty happy with that. This man's facial hair is more elegant every stream. What is up, camarão? Bem-vindo, pá. Como é que é, meu? Looking great, looking nice. Cheers, guys. I am pretty happy with this. If we compare this to what we had before, which is just like stuttering sprites that have no like these don't feel connected. It feels like they are just like randomly jumping, right? But they're just randomly moving, but with the context you still understand that you're going forward. But if we did another rocks here, I'm not sure, it could almost even look like you're reversing. There's no way to really tell. Like the rocks I added here is kind of what sells it. Whereas with this, I wouldn't actually even need to add rocks. I could. We could add them. I don't think it's bad, but I don't think we really need it, because I think this is gonna sell the forward motion enough. Nice. Okay, I am going to copy the road, because that's gonna help out a lot. So, oh, I actually have a... Oh, I did use another one there, and then I started duplicating, so let's remove that sprite. I assume that is the same too. It's not? Well, that is fucking confusing. So... And that's the same as the first one, right? Okay, and that is the second one, which is that one. So, oh, is this the third one? Okay, I skipped over one, so let's just do the same. I'm gonna copy you and paste you over here instead. And then we get the final road here, and we're gonna paste you here. Yeah, now the road continuously moves as well. Bloodlight, welcome in, man. How you doing? Compare the old to new. Yeah, I think it's a big difference, isn't it? Because the thing is that I never used the onion layer or anything similar. I didn't use no guidelines here. I literally just did a random line every time. And just like kind of randomly put out the trees. So this doesn't look like it's moving towards you. It just looks like it's moving. But very like randomly. It looks like it's stuttering. Whereas this definitely looks way more like it's coming toward you. I'm actually quite happy with this. The things on the road should also change. Yeah, I am gonna animate this as well in a similar manner, where this one is gonna become this one at the end. This one is gonna become this one. So we're gonna have some stuff on the road move towards us too. We're gonna flip this to the other side, but I actually think I want to add more details to the trees as well. Are all of these filled in? Almost. New forest. What is it? F3 for onion skin? Yeah. Okay. We should be able to flip this now. Oh, I guess I just positioned the corner the same, and it should be centered. Oh, but here's the thing. I don't want the trees to move exactly the same. I think we should do them off by 2. So the first frame here is gonna be pasted on the 3rd frame instead. So that both sides don't move like perfectly with each other. Just, I think that's gonna look way better. But there's no reason to do this now if I'm gonna add more details, which I think... I'm not sure we need them, but I think it's worth trying. So let's just pick a frame here and see what we could do. Maybe we could do this, kind of like the thingy continues here. Maybe that could have even been in the brighter color. We'll see. Maybe add some of these, potentially. Then maybe, let's see, you would see the ones closest to you first, so maybe you see kind of this one's thingy. Like cut the other one off a little bit. And same thing here, that one like cuts that one. This one cuts that one. Maybe add one here, maybe. Ooh, ooh! Ooh, I don't know if I mind that. That kinda looks... No, it looks more like individual trees, but it kinda looks surprisingly good, I think. I envy graphic designers. How so, T-Bag? I think on the original one, for me, it felt like there was really heavy wind that made the trees wave randomly. Now they feel more static. Yeah, that's probably a good shout. That's probably a good shout, to be honest. But I think this is gonna look so much smoother. Thought that was a mountain, not gonna lie. Lots of people do. You're not the first one to think that these are mountains. I don't mind it. Little grass strands, that is actually a good shout as well. How's it going? I've been lurking. Thank you for lurking, Cancros. It's going quite well. I'm feeling good about where this is going. I don't know if I want to do this, but it feels like it could be nice. At least do it somewhat sparingly. Yeah, I think it's better if these are a little bit imperfect, so to speak. I think I like it. Looks like trees to me. I think they maybe need more variation. That's too much work. I can't do more variation. I think sometimes we just have to play to our strengths. And if you think... I want to be very clear, animation, if anyone hasn't noticed, is not my strong suit. And making a perfect loop with varying trees is gonna be way more difficult, aka way more time consuming. So I think this is one of those times where we have to just accept that the trees are gonna look the same. Yeah, fair point as well. Just a few seconds gameplay. Yeah, like this cutscene could potentially be over in like 4 seconds. So spending like 4 working days trying to make it perfect is not worth it. I think even this is potentially too much time. Like I think already I'm kinda maybe going a little bit too far with this. Well, it's kinda fun. Great Grievance with the 2-month resub, you fucking legend. Welcome in, man. How are you
Hello,
doing?
friendos.
Hello, friend. How you doing, man? Thank you very much for the resub. That is very much appreciated. How you been, Grievance? How's your Friday? We are animating trees. That's what we're doing. I think grass strands actually is a good shout as well. But I think maybe just adding a few random gray pixels here and there. At least in the far back, and then here we can start playing around a little bit more with shapes. Usually you will have grass strands kind of pointing out from the tree stump or whatever. Is that too much? Thoughts? Does it become too messy? Do we like it? Do we like it? I don't know, a bit too noisy, I think. That don't look good. I feel like it did. I think noisy is a good word to describe it. Sorry guys, we have some ads running. Missed those ones. Maybe a bit more grouped. Yeah, maybe what we could do... potentially do one in between each trunk. It's gonna look very, like, maybe overly symmetrical, but... it's really difficult when it's small, though. I think here maybe what we should do is just this. I don't know how to fucking make grass. I have made grass before. What did I do then? I mean, potentially adding in some highlights, maybe? I could easily get a bit much. Welcome back, the ads should be over. Something like that looks nice. This one is... wait, this becomes weird. Now I need this to become 2 later on. Eventually, 1 has to turn into 2. That's a bit weird. Maybe, I wonder, is it gonna look weird if I just do one per, but we make it way bigger? But that looks very, very lonely. Like, it feels like it would have needed to be more messy towards the end. Oh man, caught norovirus from my youngest yesterday. I'm recovering from a day of cold sweats, fever dreams and spontaneous fluid loss. Top 5 worst days ever, so today is the biggest blessing just because it's not that. Holy shit, man. I'm very sorry to hear that, but glad to hear that you're getting better at least. Heading in the right direction, eh? Maybe only grey so it doesn't stand out too much? Yeah, that might be a good shout. Might have to change the shape a little bit, but... maybe. Ah, fuck it. Let's try it. Let's just do something like this. Maybe see if we can make this one a little bit bigger. Or just add a few more random ones here. You guys are always finding ways to give me more work. I'm joking. I'm joking. Calm your horses. Dude, I need to make my own playlist out of these songs, because, not gonna lie, there are a few songs in this playlist that are very odd. Riven Main, welcome in, how you doing? I have no regrets either. I really enjoyed the live stream, but since I'm currently working on a bus driver and have a 12-hour shift tomorrow, I need to get some sleep. It was great developing with you tonight. Glad to have you, Lion, and yeah, thank you very much for hanging out. But go and have yourself some good old sleep, man, and I'll catch you next time. Okay, let's try doing something like this. It adds a little bit more detail at least. So now we just need to do this for every fucking tree. Need to keep in mind that these should get like successively bigger as well as we move forward. Because this one somehow needs to become that one eventually. And at some point we do need one to start appearing over here. So maybe we do that now. We skip one frame and then we have it start growing. At least now it's fairly easy to double check that this is gonna make sense. And if anything, this is gonna sell the motion even more. That's pretty good. Needs a random animal that runs out in front of the car. Did you draw every pixel of this? Yes. If you don't count the bucket tool as not drawing, I suppose. Okay. Maybe I should have done the road a bit more imperfect as well. We'll see if I can be bothered or not. That's pretty good. I think I'm gonna try and like completely finish the trees before we move on to making the road. And then we finalize it by making the gauges a bit smoother and then adding the mana at the very end, getting closer. I might even just copy paste this one. We'll see. I think it's fairly likely that I'm just gonna copy paste that one. But so far I'm feeling quite good about this. A different question, if I might ask, of course, man. You said you have a lot of text because of all the different localization. How do you manage your dialogue or text files in an Excel sheet? I do a Google Sheet, and then I do it in multiple ways. Let me see. Let's take something that doesn't have spoilers. Flashbang incoming. So this is my Google Sheet with all of the localization for every language in the game, as well as a few ones we're still working on. So I have the localization key, which is what I use in the game to actually find a string, some comments for my localizers to understand the context, English as a source language, and then all of the translations. And then what I do is that I make new sheets for all of my localizers, where I remove all the languages. Like, if you want to localize for simplified Chinese, I remove everything here except for simplified Chinese, and then I give them a separate sprite sheet. And that's also out of like safety concerns, to make sure that, you know, no one has the ability to like accidentally move something in another language, or you know, accidentally fuck up the sheet somehow. Like, if they would accidentally delete the entire sheet, I still have my main source one, like, completely safe. And then once someone is done with the localization, I literally just copy-paste this entire row into this one. And then inside of Unity, I have connected a Google Sheets service for the localization system. So I can quite literally just click one button inside of Unity, and it will download this entire Google Sheet into my localization table in the engine, basically. AI is still stuffed for translation. Stuffed enough, is what I would say. Is it better? Yes. Is it probably better than Google Translate? Also yes, especially if you give it context. Would I trust it enough for final localization for a commercial build? No. So for some languages, I have actually done the majority AI translated, but then I send it to a localizer to have them just double check and make sure that there's no mistakes. Because I think you can get kinda far with AI, but I definitely wouldn't trust it. Damn, but that tool is a Unity tool or a third-person tool? Do you mean the Google Sheets service? To be able to just click a button to download it into your engine? That is not built into Unity. I followed a YouTube video. I think CodeRad was the one who showed me this. Unity localization Google Sheets. Yeah. I used this tutorial to set it up. I don't exactly remember how you... Or maybe it was in Unity. Maybe it is in Unity. Maybe it's just an like asset you need to download through the asset manager. It might have been actually, which means that it's like technically kind of integrated. This guy also goes through how to automatically Google Translate everything in the sheet. I did not do that, because I definitely wouldn't trust Google Translate enough, but there is a way to actually make Google Translate immediately translate anything you enter here. So like, yeah, it's basically automatically going to translate those. I didn't do that part, I only followed the part to actually set it up. I just wanted the connection, so here's the link in case you're curious. It should be built in? Yeah, I think it is built in, you just have to install it through the asset manager or whatever it is. I saw Jotson using DeepL for his localization, was thinking about seeing how good that turned out. DeepL is definitely better. I actually use DeepL a lot more than I do Google Translate. It's definitely more trustworthy. However, I still wouldn't want to have it not be double checked, unless it's something very specific that I would trust, like, you know, what would that be? Like options, the localization for options. I would probably trust like AI or DeepL to translate that correctly, but if it's like a full-on letter or document or something like that, or something more niche, then I'm not sure if I would trust it. But yeah, DeepL is a good shout. It's definitely better than Google Translate. But it's still machine translation, so I'd never trust it, like, fully. I would still prefer to have an actual human double check it. I started when I was like practicing languages and stuff. That's when I started using DeepL. I would definitely say that it seems more reliant, I would say.
Remix challenges the community to a marble race.
Let's do it! Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. To be honest, I don't want AI to replace humans for localization, because that's really trash, to be honest. Yeah, I just think that it's very risky. I think even if AI did get a lot better, it's like all of the small edge cases. I think it would take a long time for me to trust AI enough to like fully confidently have it translate something, because, you know, especially as someone who does speak more languages, like, if I use AI to translate something into Swedish, it's very rare that I look at the text and I'm like, fucking nailed it. Do you know what I mean? I learned how to import assets and then resources, which is really cool, but I'm just thinking, damn, I'm working on a prototype, there's like 1 minute gameplay, and the amount of dialogue, triggers, game events is already overwhelming. It definitely is more work doing localization, but especially if you're doing like a commercial product, I do think it's worth it. Like, majority of the Steam do not use English. What is it? English is like 30% of Steam. So, you know, it's a big audience you might not be tapping into. Yeah, I can't really comprehend feelings tone. So it's not hard. So it's hard to translate properly. Would you rather have an off/slightly mistranslated localization or no localization for that language and have it default to English, assuming the player doesn't speak English? That's a good question. I am not sure. It really depends, I think. I think there is a balance. Like, the question is not about, like, if having it, just whether you want it to not have it or have it like slightly off, or like it really depends on the examples. Do you know what I mean? Like, as in, like, how off is it? How mistranslated? Like, how is it a small little mini grammar thing that would sound a little bit odd but is fully comprehensible? I wouldn't really care that much. Whereas, like, is it something that could be clearly misunderstood? Like, imagine having an AI translation that's misunderstood in something like a tutorial. That could be really bad. And there's also situations where, you know, it might actually hurt you more to do a poor localization. Like, there's as far as I'm aware, there's a good amount of examples on games that have had localization for simplified Chinese, but then have really bad. That was Hollow Knight as well, right? Didn't Hollow Knight get like mass review bombed for a bit because they had a shitty Chinese localization? So, like, if it's too bad, it could really hurt you instead. So I would probably lean towards not localizing rather than having like poor localization. But obviously there's a balance. Like, if everything is understandable and something might just sound a little bit off, like, that would probably be fine. But like, if it starts being misunderstandings or like completely wrong words, then, you know, then I think it could be really bad. So I would say it depends, but I would lean towards not having localization. I mean, obviously, if they can't read English, then the game probably is not playable, yeah. Also, Chappy, you speak multiple languages? Yeah, I speak Swedish, my native tongue, and obviously English, and I speak conversational Portuguese and like half shitty Spanish, I would say. And then I know, like, you know, I know like a few phrases in a bunch of different languages, but I can't speak them. Like, I know how to say a few things in like French, Arabic, Dutch, and, you know, a bunch of other languages, but I don't speak them. Like, the languages I actually speak, I would say, is Swedish, English, Portuguese, And then like I can kinda like I could get around with very basic Spanish, but there's some caveats there. Like when I speak Spanish nowadays, since my Portuguese is so much better, what I do is that I basically think in Portuguese and then I try to translate it into Spanish. So it's a little bit iffy, but like I could definitely hold some basic conversations in Spanish. Hard to say if no Chinese for Hollow Knight would have been a worse input than bad Chinese, but yeah, hard to tell. Yeah, you never know really, but Chub is okay at Swedish, don't hear it often, but hints at being fluent. To be fair, I think my Swedish is getting worse, because I speak way more English than I speak Swedish. Like, unironically, I think I'm getting worse at Swedish. Because, you know, like, I do this full time now, so for my job, I speak English. My partner is British, so obviously I speak quite a lot of English to her. We do speak Swedish too, but we kind of mix it. I honestly speak more English than I speak Swedish. Now, so you tried Arabic is hard because I actually speak it. Oh, do you? I feel like it's Chinese for non-speakers. It really is. I mean, the thing about languages is that it all depends on what your native language is, or rather what languages you know. Because if you speak a language similar to the language you're learning, then it's way easier. But that, like, because it's like, for me as a Swede, English is a very easy language, right? It's Germanic, we have a shit ton of cognates, the grammar is very similar. Like, overall, English would be one of the easiest languages for me to learn, outside of, like, Danish and Norwegian, of course, which would be probably the most easy. But that doesn't mean that English is an easy language to learn, right? That is relative. English is easy because it's similar to my language. But if you would ask a Japanese person, then English is literally one of the hardest languages to learn. Because the grammar is like completely different between Japanese and English, right? So I think this is a common misconception where we say that like a language itself just inherently is easy or hard. I mean, there are certain things that are like kind of objectively harder. But a lot of the time, it really is just relative. It depends on what languages you know. Like for me now, like before, I would say that a language like Italian, for example, would have been like, you know, a bit harder for me. It would still be one of the easier. I think it still would be like a level 1 language, as they call it, like one of the easiest, since Romance languages and Germanic languages are quite similar. But now, after I've learned Portuguese, Italian would be way easier, because there's way more similarities in terms of grammar and vocabulary between Italian and Portuguese than there is with like Swedish or English and Italian. So it all really depends. Like, the more languages you learn, the easier it is to learn more languages, if that makes sense. Finnish would not be easier. Finnish would be, I think Finnish is regarded like a level 4 language for us to learn. So level 5 is the maths, in case anyone doesn't know. Level 5 would be like Japanese and Arabic and stuff. I'm fairly certain that the Uralic languages, such as Finnish, Estonian and Hungarian, is like level 4. Like, the grammar in Uralic languages is supposedly like one of the more complex ones. It's also a very common misconception that Finnish is similar to Swedish, Norwegian and Danish, because we all kind of, like, we're kind of in the same hood, you know? We all kind of bros. Like, I very much see my Finnish neighbors as my bros. Maybe even more so because I'm part Finnish, but still, I think Sweden and Finland has quite a lot of a connection, you know? Not always good, like, you know, there's some history here with, you know, anyway, let's not get into that, but overall, I kind of see Finns as, you know, my people, and I think I would do that even if I wasn't part Finnish myself. However, the language itself is like a completely different family. It literally has nothing to do with the other Scandinavian languages. I mean, after all, there's a few loan words, like they still say like helvete, which I think is a loan word from helvete in Swedish. But like in general, like grammar-wise and like the major parts of the vocabulary is completely different. I know that feeling, bro. I work at an international software company, so at one point I felt like I spent more time speaking English than my native language, yeah. Paljon lunta mutta ei taskulampua. Okay, that's definitely something about a lamp. Like, I'm gonna assume that taskulampua is like Taschenlight in... or Taschenlamp, which is flashlight in German. Lampa in Swedish. Mutta does not sound very good in Swedish. That sounds... Mycket snö men ingen ficklampa. Fair enough. Paljon is much? Oh. Finnish and Estonian are very similar. Yeah, why is it like... Finnish is like minua rakasta sinua. And Estonian is like minne rakasta sinne. Like, those are definitely very similar from what I've seen. Hungarian, I think, only keeps some grammar rules, but the words are absolutely different. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same family, but it seems like Hungarian has split off further. Or maybe the opposite, I don't know. I don't know what like the original Uralic language sounded like. That's actually interesting. I wonder which is closest. I actually have no idea. Like, are the Finns and the Estonians the one that like kind of deviated from the origin, or is Hungarian the one that deviated from like the, I don't know, Proto-Uralic or whatever it would be? That would be interesting. Kommer från Jönssonligan. Is there such a thing as Proto-Uralic? Because most languages come from like, you know, Proto-European stuff. Yeah, it is. Unattested reconstructed language ancestral to modern Uralic language family. So it's reconstructed, which probably means that we don't know that much. Holy shit, 7,000 to 2,000 BC? Fucking hell. Diverged into Proto-Samiedic, which that sounds like it's related to Sami, which we have some people in Swedish speaking. Proto-Finno-Urgic, sounds like it's related to Finnish. Ulrich, Proto-Uralic. Yeah, in Proto-Indo-European is like the mother language of like the vast majority of languages in the world. But the Uralic language family is not related, so it's very different. Brent Brava, welcome in. Dude, I'm kind of curious now. Between Finnish, Estonian, and Hungarian, which is the closest to the I don't know, fucking original Uralic language? In the Scandinavian languages, this is very easy to say. Like Icelandic, 100% is the closest to Old Norse. Like, listening to Icelandic as a Swede is literally like, it sounds like I'm listening to my forefathers speak. Do you know what I mean? But it makes sense, because it's a small island, they just were more isolated, so the language didn't change as much. Not an easy one, since no modern Uralic language is a direct descendant, there we go, of Proto-Uralic. Or rather, all have evolved and diverged in different ways. Still, linguists can make some comparisons in terms of conservatism, that is, how much of the original structure, phonology and grammar each language has retained. Finnish, phonologically quite conservative, preserved vowel harmony and much of the case system, basic word structure, and agglutinative morphology. Holy shit, that's a mouthful. Suffix-based grammar are still very similar to what Proto-Uralic likely had. Heavy Baltic, Germanic, and later Swedish influence in the vocabulary and syntax? Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Some simplifications. Morphologically and phonologically conservative, but lexically influenced. Estonian shares many roots, grammatical structures, underwent major phonological reduction. Many vowels disappeared or merged. Oh, that makes sense. That's why it's not Minwa, it's Minne. In Minwa Rakasta Sinwa, right? Like some vowels have disappeared. Lost vowel harmony. More grammatical simplification and heavy Indo-European influence, especially Germanic and Baltic. Interesting. Baltic. A more modernized and heavily changed relative of Finnish, much further from Proto-Uralic. Okay, so Finnish would be closer than Estonian. Hungarian, despite being geographically isolated, Hungarian retained the core agglutinative structure and complex case system. Some ancient Uralic vocabulary is well preserved. Very heavy in the European... Okay, so they all have been heavily influenced, no matter what it sounds like. Slavic, Germanic, Turkic, and Romance. Oh, that's interesting. Influence in vocabulary and phonology. Major sound changes have obscured many Proto-Uralic roots. So it sounds like Finnish is likely the closest to what we know of Proto-Uralic, and Estonian, this is interesting. I would not, if this was the closest, I would have expected Estonian to be closer than Hungarian, but it kinda sounds like that's not the case. Some Yedic languages, like Nenets, though not Finnish, are even more conservative in respects than Finnish, preserving older phonological traits of Proto-Uralic. Interesting. Huh. Today I learned. Anyway, that's a little language detour of the day. Yeah, Russian, I think there's definitely some similarities. It wouldn't be, for someone like me, it wouldn't be as far away as something like Japanese or, you know, like tonal languages and stuff like that. Or Arabic. But there's definitely different, like Slavic languages tend to do a lot more conjugations on like nouns and stuff than we do in Germanic ones. So that adds a lot of difficulty. One of the main reasons I haven't like dared to really study a Slavic language yet. Like the amount of, like I'm fine with verb conjugations, right? I've studied a lot of like Spanish and Portuguese. I've gotten used to having to conjugate a bunch of verbs. But at least they don't conjugate the nouns the same way. Like, Slavic languages have both all of the fucking different verb conjugations, but also a bunch of noun conjugations. So a noun, such as like a city, we literally have another conjugation depending on the context. I think in Czech, for example, which is the Slavic language I probably know the most of, I think the name of the city Prague in Czech, I think is Praha. But then it's, I don't know this exactly, you know, but it's something along the lines of like, if you want to say that you come from Prague, then it's like Prahi. And if you're going to Prague, then it's like Praze. So like the word for the noun itself changes depending on context, which is like, that's too much, man. Albanian or Greek? I'm Bulgarian and a lot of Russian words sound like archaic Bulgarian words. The grammar is pretty different, but I can understand it being spoken or written. Can't speak it much though. For me, Western Slavic is harder to understand. Interesting. So something like Czech would be harder for you to understand compared to something like Russian. Who was the challenger? Sorry, it took some time here. Rematch. Do you have a preferred map? Teleporter, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want some marbles, type !join. Oh, you're Russian, Lepo? Or Russian speaking? Depends, a lot of Slavic words are from Proto-Slavic, so it really depends. Okay, so what I could ask is, since we have someone speaking Russian and as well as Bulgarian, I assume that you do the noun conjugations too. Oh, Belarusian, I see. So do you do the noun conjugations? I think that is across all Slavic languages, as far as I'm aware. But do please correct me if I'm wrong. Because like in most Germanic languages, as well as Romance languages, like the only time a noun would change is either as a definite conjugation. Like in Swedish we do a conjugation for definite, so we don't say the thing, we change the thing, we add something to the word, we conjugate it to make it definite. And the other case where all of us do it is plural words, right? But I think Slavic ones do it a lot depending on the context. I learned some Russian, but typing is hard in itself. Yeah, we do? Okay. In Bulgarian, no, we add prepositions, but we build different. Okay, interesting. So you wouldn't, in Bulgarian you wouldn't change the word for like a city, depending on the context. Okay. Oh yeah, that does seem to be the same. In Prague, from Prague towards to Prague. So there the city itself remains the same. Interesting. How would it be in Russian, Lepo? You would change it, right? A lot of words change just for fun, for the context, yeah. And that's the thing, like, I know what it's like studying a language like a Romance language, having to learn all the verb conjugations. And like having to learn that on top of all these like noun conjugations, it's like, holy shit, man, it's so much conjugations to learn. I do suppose there might be some rules around it and stuff that you would eventually get semi-used to. Probably exceptions too, like with most things. Let's see, rematch was the challenger, so let's also start a little prediction here. Whether or not you think that rematch, the challenger, will win. You have 2 minutes to cast your votes. Whether you think the challenger will win or not. And if anyone else wants to join, type !join in the chat. So far we have 3,000 points bet against the challenger, and we have 10 points bet on the challenger. Evertoon, welcome in, man. How you doing? Good to see you again. Good evening, good night, good morning. How you doing? From Prague. The worst thing is that I can literally not read Cyrillic. I know it's not supposed to read the way I think it is. Like, it's not how it looks like as someone using the Latin or Arabic alphabets, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so it does change. Interesting, yeah. Okay, we have about half the time left on the poll. So far, 700 points bet on rematch winning. We have 3,000 points bet against him. We have 1 believer and 2 non-believers. If anyone else wants to gamble some channel points, feel free to do so. You have about 30 seconds before the poll ends. Okay, we're getting more points here. 700 points on the believers side and 13,000 on the non-believers. It is currently a 1v5, which means that if rematch wins... Okay, never mind, we have 2 now. 3,000 points. Those 2 people could take home a lot of channel points if they're lucky, but obviously the odds are against them. It's more likely that the challenger doesn't win, but you never know. The challenger has won before. Wanted 1k, was 10k. Ouch. In Bulgarian, at least, we kept the verb changes based on the noun's gender. Interesting. Candles, do you believe in me? Macrobid, welcome in. How you doing, man? Good to see ya. Okay, we're gonna start the race, see what happens. The prediction is over. We ended up with a total of about 16,000 channel points. If anyone else wants to join the race, this is the last chance. Type ! join in the chat. Otherwise, we're gonna be starting in about 10 seconds. Brent Brava coming in. Let's see how this goes. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is a little side project we started a while ago. Basically marbles on stream, but slightly shittier. A lot of people getting caught by the fan, but you know what? Majority actually getting through straight away. Strom, Brent Brava, T-Bag, Macrobid, first one into the spinner here. And thus into the Plinko section, but things can change quickly. I don't see our challenger anywhere near the end. We have T-Bag and Brent first into the swooshes. T-Bag does get thrown up quite far though. Nymph coming down. Remax. Okay, Remax is in like 4th place at the moment. Not too shabby. However, we have another section here and Brent Brava does get caught twice, but manages to slip through and is first into the goal. He joined the race as the last person and still manages to finish first. Look at this guy. Strom in 2nd place, T-Bag 3rd, Nymph 4, Bloodlight 5, Leposdien 6, Riven Main 7, Rematch the challenger ends up in 8th place. T-Bag 9, Nymph 10. Who is our second winner, aka last place? Is it T-Bag? I think it might be. It is indeed. That is all the marbles in the goal, which means that unfortunately the challenger did not win, so the points of the believers will be split among the non-believers. With that, we are going to end the prediction and get back to work. Thanks for playing, guys, as always. GG, how you doing, Pons? It only counts if I'm last again. What, was I actually last again? You were indeed. You were indeed. We need to start having a bet for someone. We should have a bet for the challenger ending up in like last place as well or something like that. Or maybe a slightly, what you could do too is do a slightly greater odds chance. Like we could do 3. We could do whether the challenger does not win, whether he ends up in like top 5 or whether he wins. So I guess then not winning means that he's gonna be in 6th place or later, something like that. Okay, let's continue working on our little trees here. Before we start messing these up, let's continue with the actual shape of the trees here. That looks pretty good to me. This one would be like here or something. Yeah. That looks pretty nice. Let's start messing around. When I do this, I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just randomly deleting some pixels until it kinda looks the way I want. I might have some strats every now and again. Like I often delete 1 or 2 pixels, sometimes more, but most of the time I delete 1 or 2 pixels. I think it looks pretty good. Let's keep that here as well so we know where the cutoff is. I think this is gonna look way better than what we had before. Yeah? Pretty good. Good, happy Friday to you as well. Those trees are thick, you know it, man. Never knew it was trees on the side. A lot of people didn't. I think I made it such a generic shape that it seems like a fair amount of people thought it was mountains rather than trees. I don't know if these are too perfect. I kinda like this more, to be honest, when it's a little bit more... yeah, some random things. Like, it shouldn't be a perfect circle all the time. I think I prefer that. Let's make it... because otherwise it ends up looking kind of like a cartoonish type tree, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's a little bit too perfect. Yeah, I prefer that. Big butt cheeks now. Okay, one more frame. Now we need to do the... grass as well. Sure. Oh, what the fuck? Hello. What the fuck did I click? Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Okay, okay. Let's remember to make these a little bit less perfect now too. Maybe that was a little bit overkill, but just like boom, maybe. I think that's still a bit too much. Just don't want it to be like entirely perfect. Just gonna freehand this one. Looks like you're going down. I think this needs to be straight all the way. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay. You know, that's not too shabby. That's not too shabby, mate. I gotta go, have a great stream and have fun, everyone. Till the next time, thank you very much for hanging out, and thank you very much for the raid Lepo. Very much appreciated. And yeah, I'll catch you next time, man. Fuzzy Buzzy, welcome in. How you doing? Sorry guys, we have some ads coming up. I'm just gonna go and grab a bit of tea during the break, but we shall be back shortly. I can't be on too long today, but let's see if we can at least finish this and get it into the engine. That would be kinda cool. Still a few more things we need to do to make that possible though. Not too long, would be 6 hours still. We have an extra 2.5 hours at least. I mean, compared to my to the norm, that is kind of true. I do need to. I have some responsibilities tomorrow, so I do need to try and wake up in a semi-normal time. But we'll see. Or I just go sleep deprived. You never know. Could go either way. We'll see. Okay, ads are running. Like I said, I'm gonna take a quick break and just go and get some tea, and then we shall be right back. Appreciate your patience as always. Cheers. Why was I muted? Oh, did I just click back to the scene maybe? Thank you very much for letting me know. Welcome back, guys. Ads should be over. What is this game called? You meant a horror game I was playing? Was it 10 Bells maybe? Probably. What other horror games have I played? Otherwise it would be like Resident Evil. Was it this one? This was the game developed by Hillfoot Games and Acrylic Pixel. Both are developers here on Twitch as well. Highly recommend it. One of the best horror games I've played. Really good stuff. Go and check it out. I literally had chest pain for like 3 days after playing that game. That looks pretty good, man. I'm actually quite happy with this. Okay, let's see if we can flip this now. I think these are pretty much the details I want. Let's make sure that these are fully filled in everywhere first. That might be a good idea. I think so. Almost. Okay, that should be it. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna misalign this. We're gonna reuse the trees, but we're not gonna use them on the same frames. So, frame 1 is going to be this side's frame 3. And then, let me actually disable the background here, that's gonna make it easier for me. We're gonna just position you there. So now these are slightly misaligned. I think that's gonna look way more natural. And then, frame 2 on this side is of course going to be frame 4 on this side. Frame 3 right is going to be frame 1 left. Because otherwise it's gonna be noticeable that we reuse the same one. It probably still is, but it's gonna look a little bit more varied at least. What did I do? Frame 4, is that all of them? No, I'm missing one. Shit, I lost track. What was I doing? I started with this one, that's frame 3. This one is frame 4. Okay, so last frame. Frame 4 on the right side is frame 2 on the left side. Oh yeah, if you're interested in seeing 10 bells, but if you're too scared to play it, I actually do have a video of me playing that game on my second channel on YouTube. Could go and check that out too, in case you're interested. Okay, and then it looks like we're gonna have to fix the horizon in a few spots here. Because I think this should always connect with this. Doesn't have to connect with there, but it should connect to the lower one. Guess that's fine. Oh, that looks a bit weird. Let's just do that. And then maybe get rid of... Where's my road? Here, let's get rid of you. Maybe. Okay. Ooh, okay. Okay. And since this is so much slower now, we are naturally gonna be able to up the amount of frames. Like the frame rate is gonna be way higher, and it's gonna look way smoother. Oh, dude, I'm actually fucking happy with this. This looks pretty nice, you know, if I may say so myself. I'm pretty fucking happy with this. Let's do the road. Maybe add some imperfections to this as well. Yeah. Literally had ads on top of him talking. But screw me, I just We can drive in it now? No, you're still not gonna be able to control the car, but it's gonna look a bit better. You know? How you doing, Jamian? The part where I was supposed to jump out of my seat for Shroud of Gloom, my head was turned because I was writing clues notes on my other monitor. Yeah, I actually made a fix for that. Funnily enough. Because what we've done now is that I've actually made a notepad in-game instead. So no reason to write notes outside of the game anymore. Which I think, because a fair amount of people did want notes, and it is that little bit of an issue where it kind of takes away from the immersion, you could argue. Because they need to step out of the game for a second to take the notes. So now, if you want to, you can quite literally just take your notes inside of the game and save it for later. Pretty fancy, if I may say so myself. Does look really nice, cheers man. Tonska, welcome in man, good to see you mate. How's it Devin? So far so good, I'm trying to improve the art for the intro cutscene. So far, I think it's going quite well. I think we have a much smoother animation here. So yeah, so far I'm quite happy with it. But we need to do the road as well, so what I'm gonna do is... I'm going to delete all of these fake onion layers I did, and we're gonna... oh no, that's not what I want to do. I want to... How do I select multiple? There we go. I'm gonna put you behind the road instead. And we're gonna do the same thing here, so... We're gonna copy... Well, I only need... I don't think I'm gonna change the, like, outside of the road. We just want to add these details. So, I'm going to copy these over here. And then I'm going to make you red. So that you stand out. And now, once again, what we want to do is to have a perfect 4-frame loop where in 4 frames, this pixel over here, in 4 frames is going to be this one. And likewise, this one in 4 frames is going to be this one. And somehow we need to spawn in new ones from the top as well. That is the plan, which is fairly simple, because what that means... You know what might actually be easier? I just realized... I could just do all of it here, and then only fill in the ones I need. Because I already know what I need to do, right? Like, I need 3 steps in between here. No, do I need 4 steps? Wait, this is frame 1, 2, 3, 4, loop. Yeah, I need 3 steps in between. So we just do a little badonk, and then we do a little badonk. Something like that. Something similar here. I think this is the row where we're gonna start doing 2 pixels. Maybe you should be more like over here. And then... No, did I fuck this up? Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. Yeah, that's fucked up. I need 1 more in between. Maybe we do 1 more row of 1 pixels. So we go... Maybe boom, boom, boom. And then... boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Anyway, and then here we start adding more details. That looks a bit weird. I think you should be like here. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is... For this is kind of easier, to be honest. This is frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, and then we're back to 1. Technically what I should do is color these differently, but oh well. I want to be able to use the extra AA battery collected to power a golf cart and drive it throughout the house. That's gonna be real difficult, because I don't have batteries anymore. The batteries have been scrapped from the game. Looking awesome, having trouble falling asleep, currently going at a 38-hour mark with no sleep. Fucking hell, man. That is not great. Very sorry to hear that, man. Chamomile tea. That's pretty good. I like me a bit of chamomile tea for the evening. Supposedly should help out with falling asleep as well. I've lost track. I need to keep count of what is frame 1. So let's do that. I know... No, I need something more extreme. This is frame 1. And these are frame 1. Otter Make Games. The absolute legend coming in with the raid. How are you doing, man? Big shout out to the one and only Otter Make Games. If anyone is living under a rock and you don't know this guy, definitely give him a follow. One of the most enjoyable streamers to watch, truly, I mean that. He's a very genuine guy, so go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Sharpie and I'm working on this point-and-click horror game. Currently trying to improve the art for the intro driving cutscene. Make it a little bit more smooth and stuff, so far so good. But if you're interested in the game, the demo is out right now, so here's a little trailer for you. There we have it. Thank you very much for the raid, Dianota. What have you been up to? Anything you want to share, anything you want to show, let me know. Biggest question is the Steam page up yet? I am waiting impatiently for that Steam page. When can I wishlist? When can I drop my tea label in my tea? Shite. Anyway. Miss Blinky, welcome in. How you doing? Great game, cheers. Thank you so much, dude. How goes the game? So far, so good. I'm feeling good about it. Done some bigger changes for the demo. Still not published yet, but they're coming soon. Right now, trying to basically get more details into the scene and make them all seem like they're moving towards you. So I'm planning out these little bumps in the road. Basically, the green ones are frame 1. So planning out these steps, and I can already tell that I fucked something up. Oh, I see. You're supposed to be here. Because if we do 4 frames, we need 3 in between all of these. Just so I know where the other ones should go. Rather than doing one at a time, it's kind of easier to just do them all at once. What have you been up to, Otter? Certainly gonna get it. Thank you very much, Miss Blinky. If you do enjoy it, please make sure to leave a review. It truly does help out. Really fun to play. Get spooked in all the good ways. Cheers, man. Not yet, but hopefully soon. Key art is done, so Neda. Ooh, nice. Do you wanna show anything off, man? You wanna share anything? Want us to have a look at it? Feel free to link it, or if you wanna send me a message with it, or whatever it might be, I'll gladly have a look at it. Okay, I need 3 more in between, and you should become this one. So maybe the last one is like here. You should be slightly smaller, so maybe we do something like that. And we want one in between these guys, so maybe we do something like that. That feels like it's growing somewhat naturally. Maybe. Okay, it's gonna be hard not to mix these up, but I think that should work. Ah, shit, kinda feels like this one should have gone further down, doesn't it? This is now all of a sudden a kinda big jump. I think I need to move these. I think you, my dear friend, should be way closer to the end. Maybe we make this one even touch the end. Then maybe we move you down a little bit as well. And now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna copy this. Gonna paste you here. Okay. You'll get a good review. Thank you so much, Blinky. Sent you odds on Discord DM. Feel free to share. Let me check it out. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you went with the yellow. Nice, man. Not only because I'm Swedish and this is the colors of my flag, but this looks really good. I think the home reads a lot better. And oh yeah, you switched the background here as well, right? This wasn't yellowish. I don't know, wait, I think you might have nightlight on, so the colors might not look the same for me. Yeah, that is really nice. Complementary colors. Becomes like symmetrical with the side switched. I like it, dude. Good job. Yellow was a good suggestion. Yeah, I think for readability it definitely works, and I think this suits it very well. Still get that like emphasis or whatever you want to call it on the home. That looks really nice, man. Good shit. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to keep your eyes and ears open, because we are getting close to the point where we might have a little Steam page up soon for Mr. Otter. And you know what that means. We all have to show some love and wishlist that game as soon as it's up. I think this might work. Did I just color in the entire background? I did. Okay, so now we need to move this stuff a little bit. Particularly, you need to be like here maybe? And I think you should move a bit more here. And I realized that you, mister, is way too much to the left. You should be like over here. That looks pretty good. Okay. Only one side left. Let's do bonk, 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 bonk. And then here we're gonna do bonk, bonk, rump, donk, donk. Okay. But then maybe move you a bit further here. And one in between these two. That one's gonna be like bonk. Maybe bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk? No. Bonk, bonk? I don't know if I like that bonk. No, it's the same one all the... that's probably fine. I think that from just looking at it like this, it seems like this should work. So let's copy this one, and then we're gonna paste you in on each one. Then we're gonna very much lower the color of this one. And now we're just gonna fill in the ones we want. So this is frame 1, which of course means that we need to move to... this should be dark gray. Just a small detail. And move to frame 2. Am I on the wrong layer? No. So all of these should be filled in. Let's see, that one is not visible here, so that should be all we need. Yeah. Then we go to frame 3, which is going to be these guys. Basically on the middle frame. So all of the middle lines should be filled in, like so. Let's see, that should be frame 4, and I might move you down one step, because otherwise you're gonna be... maybe that's fine. We'll see. The names on these layers are amazing. Better Onion Yo is my favorite. Yeah, I feel like my onion skin is just better, you know? I can clearly see all of the frames even though I have a background. I think it's a fair name, you know? I think this should be officially called Better Onion Yo. Because it is. That is what it is. Okay. Frame 3. I think you're done. If I'm not mistaken. We'll see. I'm not sure about this. Boom. Okay, this is frame 4, so it's gonna be all the ones that are before the greens. I mean, this is gonna move fairly quickly though, because since we have smoother frames, I think we are gonna be able to up the frame rate quite a bit. It feels like the jump from this one to this one is a bit much. So what I think we need to do here is actually to have all of these show up at once. So we do this instead. But wouldn't that be even more of a jump? No, that feels better. That feels better. Because it felt like the side ones just very randomly appeared. Now it feels like they're all coming in. Dude, I'm pretty happy with this. this actually turned out better than I thought it did. For a reference, for anyone who doesn't know, this is what we had before. A lot less details, and it wasn't like very continuous. Like it feels like everything is just kind of jumping randomly, because it is, because I didn't use any onion layer whatsoever. So yeah, this is what we had before, and now we have this. It's a bit better, isn't it? I think so, if I may say so. So main thing is maybe to fix the pointer thingy. These. And then sort out the last section, which is going to have the mana get closer. Because I think Candles was the first one to point it out. I think these should... It's difficult because I don't want them to jump too much. But what, now I'm doing... Oh, that's interesting. What? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll do 3 frames on that one. Only 2 frames on this one. And 3 frames on that one. That's a bit odd. That's a bit odd now, isn't it? I'm just gonna do new layer. We're gonna call this better pointer thingies. So we don't want them to move too much, but I think we should always have a diagonal one, because those look the cleanest. But then we do want to offset this, so all the diagonals are not showing at the same time. So moving 1 pixel gives me 1... I think maybe going up and down here should be fine. So in that case we would go here. And then here. It looks like you're getting shorter. It's a little bit difficult, because it's also the thing where it doesn't look like the entire thing moves at first, but it's so difficult because it can't be too, like, exaggerated. We can't have this thing jumping across the entire thing, right? I guess maybe I could move it from the base. Like, if the first one is here... Like, what? How would it look if I put the second one here? That's gonna look a bit odd. Okay, what if I do this? No, that looks odd. I'm not sure if I like that. This one is gonna be easy because it's longer. It's also the most noticeable one. Yeah, I don't know why I only did 2 frames on this one. Either we go up and down, or we just go one way and back. I think that might be the better choice. Just, I don't know if it's too much jumping between these. Maybe not. Maybe I should skip this frame. Move this one here. That is quite a lot though, like it almost gives me the... As someone who has driven a car, it kinda looks like it's accelerating. Not just that the pointer is shaking. Okay, what if I do that? Okay, let's try just doing these two over and over again. How would that look? I feel like it is a bit much. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's do a 2 thing in between. At least if we made it smoother, it might look better. So we start like here, and then let's not go here, but let's go here somewhere. And then copy you to the last one as well. Yeah, I think I like that more. Now it's not as much of like a intense jump, if you know what I mean. Even though it jumps as far, it feels a lot smoother. You can still argue that the first pixels never move, but I think that's gonna look too much. I think this is the best we can do. And to be very clear, this is not going to be red. So it's actually gonna look like this. I'm pretty happy with this, man. Okay, let's do the side ones as well. Let's see, I started straight with the middle one, so let's not do that on these. Which I already didn't. I think these can almost remain the same. I just don't know why I repeat frames here. Okay, let's do this. Gauge pointer thing. I'm gonna remove you, remove you, remove you, remove you. So we only have the new one here. And then see if we can fix these. Boom, boom. And then you jump down more. Why do I do it that way? No. Let's start here. Go back to straight, remove that one, and throw this one in here again. So that you go basically back and forth. Now you're gonna go boom, 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 boom. Let's see how that looks. It's harder because this one is smaller as well. It's gonna potentially be even more drastic. Is it? Maybe not. I don't think those are as noticeable anyway, though. I think that's probably fine. Oh shit, we also have the mirror. I wonder if that's fine as is. should also see, I think I have a color here, don't I? Yeah, for the windshield. So where's my car? Car base. We take you. And then... yeah, I want these to be linked. Boom. Wow, that's a lot brighter in Aseprite than I thought it would be. It's not gonna be this bright in-game, to be clear. You know, everything in the game turns out a bit darker. And then I kinda wonder if I should do the same for the reflection. Which, what exactly is the reflection here? Do you not have a background? Why do I have a feeling that you don't have a background? Car base, new forest, mirror, you don't. Okay, fuck it. So we do a new layer. And then we're gonna select what I think is the actual mirror part, which is this. And then we are going to use the same color on here. Because I've been feeling like it's a bit weird that we have like an overlay on the windshield, but not the mirror. Both of them are looking through glass. Let's call this mirror overlay. Oh, shite. Boom, boom, boom. And then... boom. Maybe that one could be darker, though. Like, maybe... wait, how do I do this the easiest way? We disable this, we have the car base on. We are gonna select this part. We are going to delete you. I would like to still have the selection though. Thank you. We're gonna select this color, which should be the overlay. I'm gonna halve you. Or something. And then paste you here. Yeah, maybe. Why you know copy? Boom, boom, boom. Boom. One frame doesn't change. We have a repeat frame here. I think I repeat frame 2 in the reflection. Boom. The one with 2 there is repeated. This one. That is frame 2. So reflection, you should be gone. And I'm gonna assume that this is actually frame 3. 1, 2, 3. It is indeed. I think these are just randomly drawn anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... boom. And then this should be number 4. Now that should be continuously moving as well. Maybe a little bit much. I feel like that one should have way less movement. Like technically that one shouldn't seem more aggressive than the front here. I don't know if I can be bothered changing it now though. I think it's fine. Okay, so last but not least, we need the mana to appear. So for that to happen, we need to duplicate all of these frames. Because now we want to have 4 frames with the mana getting closer. So we want frame 1. No. What do I do? No. No. There we go. Your frame 1, we're gonna put you here. Frame 2 be here. Wait, can I not just duplicate all of them at the same time? Too late. That looks good. Let's set this entire thing as the loop section, and we should still have a perfect loop. That seems to be the case. So now, let's start copy-pasting some manas. So this is going to be frame 1. Mana. Oh, I need to move you behind the base. I realize now. Can I get the center things again? Okay, let's say you need to be behind the car base, but in front of the forest, like so. Okay, so you're slightly to the right at the moment. Slightly to the right, yes. Still. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, I guess? Oh shit, you're gonna line up there. That's not gonna look great. It's probably fine. It does kinda seem like you're pushing through the forest. Somehow. I don't love the last frame, this bit here. So specifically for this one, let's just change the forest a little bit. We are going to maybe remove those. Yeah, something like that instead. I think that's pretty good. Cheetah, welcome in, man. Oh, we're polishing the cinematics. We are indeed. And it's turning out a lot better than what we had before. Lot smoother. Compared to whatever this is. This is just like random shapes dancing randomly. Whereas this feels like now, like everything in the scene, from the grass to the road to the trees, like everything is giving you the illusion of forward movement. And since these frames are now smaller jumps, we are naturally going to be able to up the frame rate as well, which is gonna make the entire thing a lot smoother. Because this is kind of too slow, isn't it? Yeah. This is you driving at like 10 miles per hour. I have no idea how much 10 miles an hour is. I actually have no, I don't know why I said that. 10 miles an hour, that is more than 10 kilometers an hour? That is what is that, like 15? I don't fucking know, because this is not like metric miles either, right? 10 miles per hour. Oh damn, I was close. 16 kilometers an hour. I was 1 kilometer an hour away. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it kind of feels like you're driving 16 kilometers an hour. It should be way quicker. But this should be fairly easy. I just need to remember how to divide this up. So the car itself is one sprite. The outside is one sprite, including the mana frames. And then the reflection is one for some weird reason. I don't know why I made the reflection its own one, but I'm not gonna change it. But I'm gonna make it look a bit better by maybe taking here the reflection. We are gonna give you a background, a proper background. I'm gonna remove this. We are gonna remove this. We are going to select this reflection. Boom. We're gonna do non-continuous. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Did I do 8 sprites here as well? Because that would be unnecessary. Of course I did. How you doing, Cheetah? How's your Friday, man? Okay, did I do 8 sprites everywhere? Oh, I didn't with the car. Interesting. Okay, let's clean this up. Forest, that is the old forest, so get the fuck away from me. Delete. Moon is still the moon. Rocks, we don't have rocks anymore, so goodbye. We don't need this anymore. Goodbye. This is empty, so goodbye to you too. That one we do use. It doesn't look like I use this one. Sketch. Oh, now I'm kind of intrigued here. What is the sketch? Oh, interesting. Let's delete you. Reference. You can't tell that I used this as the reference, but we still did a fair amount of changes at least. Like our perspective is a bit different. Interesting. Did I flip this? Oh, I did. Yeah. I was gonna say you're sitting on the right side here too, but I flipped it. Okay, I don't need you anymore, so bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Good, good. We always play Baldur's Gate 3 until the wife goes to bed. We're so addicted. Nice, man. It's a fun game. I started playing a bit with Bjarne, who's doing the music and sound effects. And you know what? It's quite fun. I haven't gotten like super far. I mean, obviously he's played more than I have. I've only played co-op. But it's fun. I must say that I enjoyed that game way more than I thought I would. Okay, this one we can merge down. And it's fun how much you can tell, like how heavily D&D inspired it is. Well, like, I don't even know if inspired is true. Like, it basically is D&D, the game, right? Like, it's almost one-to-one. Of course, there's some, like, roles and stuff that are done behind the scenes, but... Have you played D&D, Kita? Except for the one we played. I don't remember. I mean, I know you were part of our little ChatGPT session we did. If anyone is curious, we tried playing D&D with ChatGPT as the GM. In case you're curious, there's a video on the second channel from that one. Why is this named Stars Copy? Look at how much I'm cleaning this up. Could maybe do something more fun with the steering wheel. And also, I shouldn't need any of these frames anymore. So, bye to all of you. I could definitely, like, maybe just... I would have to animate that one, though. Fuck it. Let's skip it. Done some other tabletop RP systems, but not D&D, okay. Why are you playing in Baldur's Gate? Let's get into the nitty-gritty here. I think this is pretty good. You know what? I think this is pretty good. Do we see what it looks like in the engine? It's possible that I'm gonna have to move some lights around. I don't know if I position this exactly the same. Road is my go-to, even if D&D is a bit different than World of Warcraft. Roads are fun. It's like, in general, it's the whole thing of like, you know, you play Skyrim or something, and then it's like, I'm gonna make this fucking... this like mage two-hand warrior type, and then... oops, I made another stealth rogue. Every fucking time. Every single time I play Skyrim that happens. But in Baldur's Gate I actually ended up playing a fighter. I did the Eldritch Knight. I wonder if I'm gonna need more frames for the mana now, since it's gonna be quicker. You're barely gonna notice the mana coming up. Shit, I didn't think of that. I think we have to start the mana as... yeah, you know, I can already sense that I'm gonna need to do that. Because we're gonna need to, like, double the frame rate here, right? At least, because we are driving very slowly. We can actually try that. Wait, how do I do this? All of these set the same. I think they are. So then I should be able to... sorry guys, we have some ads coming up in a little bit. Appreciate your patience. There's something I can do. Frame playback. Let's double the frame rate. Yeah, I think that's too quick. I think we need to double the frames for the mana to show up as well. So maybe add a in-betweener on each of these. Maybe. Let's do another layer. below the mana. This is gonna be yet another better onion yo. And then I'm actually gonna duplicate that one again and do better onion 2 yo. Duplicate this frame. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do an in-between frame on all of these. Do I want the mana to be bigger than this? I might actually. No, just wait, I'm gonna start before. Just I think it makes more sense to make one that's smaller than this. Like, it does feel like the mana kinda very out of nowhere appears. I think it would be better to have one smaller before this, which means that this is still gonna be the biggest one. So for this, I'm gonna copy you, put you here. And then bring down the opacity. Delete you. Let's see, this should be this color. In Baldur's Gate 3, I don't think they managed to make Rogue that interesting. Yeah, one of the reasons I didn't play it in Baldur's Gate is because my mate had played it before, and he said as well that rogues weren't like that fun. It's a little bit weird as well, since rogues kinda, in general, feel like they work the best as like, you know, kinda the lone wolf archetype or whatever. So when you have like a team, it feels a little bit... It feels a bit more out there to then randomly have one guy sneaking around. Oh no, that doesn't work. Oh no, I don't like that. What if I do this? Maybe it's fine. But yeah, I haven't played them myself, so I don't know. Liking my fights and barbarian companions more, the more versatile and strategic. I think the thing about rogues as well, from what I understand in like D&D and stuff, is that they are kinda... You know, it's one of those classes that is kind of made to be good outside of combat as well, which I think is something you kinda have to keep in mind. This is a little bit tricky. I don't know exactly what I want to do here. I don't know if I can make you wider. Because then you're basically the same width. Now it feels like it's just the sides growing. Ads should be over. Welcome back, peoples. That doesn't fit the other. Ooh, this one ended up being trickier than I thought it would be. Guess it's mainly because I have so limited amount of pixels. Maybe this is fine. It is gonna be a very quick frame, to be honest. But you're not gonna see it for very long. So I doubt it's gonna be an actual problem. Okay, let's duplicate this one. And now we're gonna go a little bit special here, because we need to cut you. We want one frame of this guy. Or one onion. And then we know we want to go towards this. That didn't work. Why? Oh, because you're hidden. That's what we want to go towards. So, as we did before, let's go... We want red to turn into... pink. Red should turn into pink. Which means I think we're still gonna go up one in width here, but maybe not go as high. So we do this. Maybe add the door already. Maybe not. Maybe not to the door. Then we're gonna go out a little bit. Maybe. It's annoying because a lot of the time here it feels like I continuously grow more in one direction, but this one grows more in width. That one feels kind of natural, but then here it feels like I almost only grow in width. Maybe I need to make you... I don't know if I can do this. Just that kind of breaks the shape. But maybe I do have to bring you, like, keep you down one. Yeah, I think I prefer that. Yeah, sure. Now we want an in-betweener here. So duplicate you. Paste you here. Copy you. Paste you. Here. And then red should turn into pink. Yeah. And how zoom feels a bit quick? Yeah, I think so too. Maybe here we can go up one in height there. I like this song. He has random, like, high screechy tones. Okay, so I guess this one is fairly simple. We're gonna align the roof in the middle. Maybe make it one step wider. Maybe go boom boom. Oh, but you're on the same one there now, so maybe bring this in. Maybe remove one here. I don't know if I like that. Maybe we do this. And then let's see, bottom, bottom. Let's go, maybe... Oh, that's gonna be too... Let's do this first. Not sure if this is gonna work. I think, because here I start going out with the roof more, might have to do that already here. And now the bottom of the roof is not gonna move, and that's gonna feel odd. So maybe I bring you down here. That feels better, actually. Maybe? Yeah, that one feels pretty natural. No, what have I done? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, the frames of the outside still need to be a perfect loop. I didn't think about that. That's fairly easy to fix though. We're just gonna repaste the house in. Because now the... to be fair, this should actually work though, because it's gonna look like you're slowing down as you get closer. No, it doesn't. It looks like you're glitching. How does that happen? One... Oh, it stays for 3 frames, that's why. I think maybe halving the frames... The frame rate here could work though, kind of like you're slowing down as you're approaching the house. But this is a triple, which is not good. But what I really need to do is duplicate this sprite, put one of you before, so that we can go boom boom. And then this mana here should actually be here. Now we move every single frame, and then here we wait 1 frame, boom, 1 frame, and that one needs to jump forward as well. This might not work, but I think it's worth trying. Oh no, but that's weird. Wait. If the... No, this is not gonna work. If the road is moving... No, if the house is moving, why wouldn't the road move? This is gonna feel odd, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I don't think we can do this. It's fine, we can sort that out after. Let's see, how many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... So we just need 1 more. So this is going to be our target. And this is going to be our origin. Which means, as always, we want red to turn into pink. Now I should do something that stands out more. Boom. Red should turn into green. Okay, so we pretty much know that the base of the roof should be like here. Or over the top. Whereas the base should be here. But this is gonna be the widest part. 1, 2, 1, 2, maybe. Maybe. And then I'm going to put you here. This one is a bit tricky, so I think what we're gonna do here is go up 1. No, we're not. Maybe we make you wider like so. That doesn't feel right either, though. Maybe. Let's see. The roof should be like here. Let's see, that one is... Wait, is that lower than the... What? Oh, it is. Yeah, it's higher. That's a bit weird. So I guess I'm gonna put you on the same here then. That makes no sense. No, that is super odd. I think, actually, this one needs to change. Sometimes I did them higher, sometimes lower. Okay, I think that's fine. It's difficult to try to make this super smooth, yeah. I think the good thing that we can keep in mind is the fact that this might look weird when we start like doing this stuff, like looking very close at it. But it's gonna be fairly small and it's gonna be over in like less than a second. So I don't think anyone's gonna notice any like small details here. They're definitely gonna notice if the road lags when this happens though, so that is something we need to fix. And I think the easiest way to do that is to grab these and duplicate them and duplicate them and grab these and copy them and then paste them. Yes. Where did you get pasted? Immediately after. Okay. Wait, what? What? Did he not paste them in order? What the fuck? So confused. Copy those. Maybe select that one and paste. Yeah. That was odd. Select those, boom, paste. Okay, so now this section here should be a perfect loop. I think it is. That looks like a perfect loop to me. Now we're just gonna steal the menace one by one. So we're gonna copy you. You're gonna be number 5. That one goes here. You go here. You go here. Ooh, I don't like that lineup. We're gonna tweak this. Yeah. You know, when it's this quick, you don't notice the small little inconsistencies. Maybe there's some jump that happens there in the beginning that looks a bit weird. Why is that? Something happens with the roof. I think it's this. Hejsan svejsan. Oh, this is also pretty... What is that? 1 pixel up. Frosten, welcome in, man. Yeah, maybe the house grows a bit much there. I kinda feel like this one has to be higher. How you doing, Frosten? How's your Friday? No. I think it's probably fine. Looks good, and big part of the charm is that it's a bit stylized and not that mathematically straight. Yeah, I think that's fair to say as well. I adopted a kitten today so that my cat has a new buddy. Kitten is in a play place, safe and protected, but can see the cat and the cat can see them and get used to them. Nice, man. Very exciting. Do they seem to get along so far? I mean, as you said, I think you have them separate at the moment, but just out of curiosity. The fuck? Oh, I'm editing the wrong ones now, lovely. Let's actually remove those. Bye. Okay. Now it is time for cleanup. Make sure everything looks good. I think it's mainly gonna be the forest that changes here. Or maybe not. Oh, I don't like this lining up, that looks weird. Yeah, that's better. Once again, lining up here. Oh, I don't like this either. I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, they can see each other. He has been watching them a good amount. Cat did his... It's not his since then. When I opened it to feed the kitten, I was told that it's kind of normal that the kitten being very quiet, but just needs some adjustment time. Yeah, no, I think that is normal, as you said. Basically what I'm hearing is wait a week, at least, maybe more, before you try to get them to actually hang out together, so they can both get used to each other and accept the new kitten in their territory. Yeah. No, it sounds like you're thinking it through. Give the kitten a gun? Maybe not. In a video game. How you doing, one man? Okay, should we see if we can quickly get this in engine? So we need 4 frames for the car, which has the mirror but not the reflection for whatever reason. We need all of the outside frames, which we now have more of, so we might have to change the code a little bit. And then we need... I don't know where I have all of these. 4 should be fine. We need the sprites for the mirror on its own one. So let us do the... Let's do the car first. Which means we disable anything on the outside, including the background. But let's keep that one just to make sure that we get everything away from here. Base, interior, dashboard, mirror. We don't want the reflection and we don't want the mirror overlay. We don't want the stars. We do want the steering wheel, but not the background. Okay. And then here, since we only have 4 frames, there's no reason to get more than that. So we are going to select 1, 2, 4. Let's set this as a loop and make sure that looks good. No, something weird is going on here. Oh shit, have I fucked up this as well? Yeah, I duplicate 1 sprite here. Okay, this is slightly to the right. Center. Center again. Left. Yeah. So, what we need to do... I don't know how I messed this up. Steering wheel. Let's see. Right, center. Boom. That is to the left, so you should be here. And then we should have another center over here. Right? Right, center, left, center. Okay. I wonder, can I paste multiple? Like, can I select this and delete? Take these and like paste them here. What the fuck? Paste them here. Yeah. Just to make sure it's correct all over. Yeah, now it's wiggling back and forth as it should. Let's select the first 4 frames. And then we are going to export as a sprite sheet. But now there should be a way for me to not have to do all of these, right? Selected frames. That only gives me 4. Visible layers, yes. By rows, that should be right. No padding. Cutscene, driving, reflection, nope. This should be cutscene, driving, car. Replace it, yes. I don't know if I actually did. That was probably unnecessary. I don't think I actually did any change to the car. Oh no, I did, the gauges. Yeah, the gauges are different, or the pointers. Happy it's Friday, well, Saturday morning now, true. Which one? My mom named our cat Kitten and the new guy is a kitten. Oh. That one, I can see that one getting a little bit confusing. It's kind of funny though. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to do we want to disable everything. And then we are going to do... Let's do this one. How many frames did I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna guess 8. Yeah. Let's do that. So I don't have to change anything. Boom. So we want the reflection and the overlay. And we're gonna export this. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. We want to select 8 frames. Export as sprite sheets. Selected frames, yes. Output should be car driving reflection. Export. Disable everything. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we want the actual outside. So we are going to do the background, the small horizon, the road, the moon, the new forest. We can delete these layers now. We want the manor. Car base, interior, dashboard, gauge, mirror, reflection. We want stars. And that should be it. Yeah. Now we want all sprites. We're gonna export this as a sprite sheet. We can even select all frames. That should be fine. Now let's make sure to do the right one. We want cutscene driving outside. You want to replace it? Yes, sir. Export. And that is probably gonna give us some issues, I'm going to imagine. Because that one actually has more frames now. So let's have a quick look at cutscene outside, because the other ones should be fine. Boom, 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 that looks good. The reflection, yeah, I had 8 but I only used 4, that's fine. But the outside, we actually have more sprites now. Because here we have outside 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we should be able to slice Smart. Why not be smart if you can be smart? Grid by cell size 320 by 180. Slice. Driving is 0. Driving 11. Should be fine. Let's apply that. Looks good. Making sure that the import settings are working as they should. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we might have to change some of the code here. Outside sprites. Well, first of all, I think we're gonna at least want to double the frame rate, so we're gonna put that to 6 frames per second. Time until first text, is that in frames? No, I'm gonna assume that's in seconds, so that we can keep. Outside sprites. Well, there is only these, right? The first 4 are the normal outside sprites. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we just have more for the mana. Okay. Reflection sprites, we have the same amount. Car sprites, we have the same. Mana sprites, we now want more. 4, 5, 6, 7. We want to have 8 in total. So this is going to be 8, 9, 10, 11. And I am going to assume that this is not gonna work. Like, I'm gonna assume that my code doesn't... I didn't make it flexible enough to be able to change the frames like this. Kinda wonder if this is darker than it needs to be. Okay, I want to see if it's a perfect loop and if we see all of the manas. We don't. Did not look like it. Okay, monologue, animation. If current frame is 3, and outside array is mana sprites. I don't understand this. But oh, yeah, okay. So this needs to be raised now. If current frame is 4 on the mana sprites, so this should be set to... I assume I need to double all of these. So 8 and 6. Wait, if text is finished, outside array is switched to mana sprite. Frame time times equal... Oh, I actually make it slow down through code. Interesting. More frames? Yeah, we do need to add some more frames in here. Check for any inputs. That seems to be sound effects. Is that all I need to do? Time until next frame. If that is less than 0, then current frame plus plus. If current frame is 4, then we set it back to 0. Oh wait, this is not gonna work. Hue and scene, what does that do? Disables the input prompt, start fading at end. Mainly sound effects, and then we end the cutscene. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to refactor this ever so slightly. Something here does not make sense. If current frame is 4... No, that should be... No, but how... Oh, if text is finished. But wait, why would you... isn't it this continuously gonna loop now? Why would you no, you are gonna switch to the mana sprites. But this... Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna need to double check that we only revert it if we are still on the outside sprites. Which means that we haven't changed this. Okay, just out of curiosity though, I don't think it's gonna work like this. We might even be stuck in an endless loop here now. I don't know if we can ever actually reach the end parts of the cutscene. If I understand my own code enough. Yeah, okay, interesting. Oh, we continuously slow down, but we only show the 4 first ones here. Interesting. Yeah, so I think here the easy way to fix this is to just make sure that this stuff only happens if the outside array is equal to outside sprites. Because that should be the case from the beginning. Yeah. But then as soon as you flip that, and that's no longer the case, then we move on to check if we are on frame 6. Then we queue it, and if we reach frame 8, then we return. Technically I don't even need to check the array here, because I couldn't be on frame 8 otherwise. But also we need to determine if the frame rate is good enough. I think this is pretty good. Because, you know, what the frame rate really determines here is how quickly we are driving. So the question is, are we driving too fast, or are we driving too slow, or does it look good? And my first thought is that I think this looks pretty fine. I definitely don't think we would have to drive slower than this. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. What do you guys think? In terms of the driving speed. Do I have some lights here? Reflection, text, prompt. Yeah, scene light. I kinda feel like maybe I should up this a little bit. Oh wait, my brightness was actually set a bit low. Oh no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Index out of bounds. Intro cutscene 98. Oh, reflection sprites. Current frame. Ah. Yeah, because I have more frames for the mana now. And that would have happened with the car images as well. That one is fine. I can't just divide this. Okay, you know what I think we should do instead? Is interactable. What do I do here? We should have a bool for when you reach the end, rather than having to check the array. Controlling the speed by FPS is usually problematic. How so? Because there's only really two ways of doing it in this case, right? Like, the only variables I can play with has to do with frames. Like, what determines the speed here is either the amount, or well, it's both, right? It's the amount of frames I have and the frames per second. Time base is the way to go. Isn't that the same thing here? I think that's the same thing. Just like you could argue that what I actually use is frame time. Well, I use both, right? I keep a track of the frame I'm on, but in terms of managing the frame rate, which is the speed, it depends on what I mean by speed, I suppose. There we basically count time. Since in the update function, we continuously remove from the time until next frame. Old games used to use FPS and then ran too fast on one. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, so that is fine. I don't use the frame rate of your monitor or your hardware whatsoever. So I think in essence this is time-based. I call this frames per second and frame time because that is basically what it is, but the frame rate of this animation does not have anything to do with the frame rate of your system, if that makes sense. But yeah, I see what you mean. If I would have tied it to the actual hardware frame rate or like the monitor frame rate, that can definitely cause issues. But this is, like, what I call frame rate here is basically only related to the time I show each frame. So it should be fine. But yeah, I know what you mean. If it would have been at the frame rate of the monitor, that could have definitely have caused issues. Good shout. Like Bethesda with the physics tied to FPS, yeah. I think I have that issue at one point. Or the issue is not that tie anything to FPS. The issue is that I have some I enumerators that wait less than, what is it, 0.03 seconds, which is the frame time on 60 FPS, which means that that's when I like, certain text that I type out might actually be a little bit quicker if you up your frame rate. But at least it doesn't affect like the actual gameplay loop. Bethesda has many issues. Okay, so what I think I need here is a easy little bool to check whether or not we have like reached the end, I think. I mean, I already have that text finished. If text is finished, then change this. So here we can just say if text is not finished. And then this should only happen if the text is finished, rather than like checking the arrays. This should be a lot better. And then here, outside image, outside array current frame, that's fine. These are not fine. So here we are going to do ternary operator and say check whether or not the text is finished. If it is finished, then I need to do... Oh no, that doesn't work. I was gonna say I could do current frame divided by 2. But that only works on frame. 2, 4, 6, and 8. Like, I can't divide frame 1 by 2. I can do this when the text is not finished, but as soon as the text is finished, the current frame is gonna be too high for these arrays. Unless I just add more. Could do that as well. Literally just add the extra sprites I need. You know what, that is actually fairly easy. I might even do that. Shroud of Gloom speedrunners will really care about it. Well, that's the thing though, it doesn't... because it's never anything that stops the... makes the actual gameplay slower, so it wouldn't. What you're trying to do? I got some out of bound issues here because I'm counting which frame I'm on, but now we have different amounts of frame. We have double the amount of frames for the mana compared to the other ones. But I did realize a fairly easy way of doing this. Like, couldn't I literally copy these and just paste them again? Like, you know. It might not be the fanciest way of doing it, but if I just make this one have 8 frames as well, by duplicating the first ones, the issue is pretty much solved. I don't need to change anything about my code. Is it the best way? No. But is it gonna work? I think so. I think this will be a fix. I was glad that the new Oblivion fully delivered. I got totally todded the way I expected, the way I wanted. Still haven't played it. It was a pretty big remaster, wasn't it? Was it a remaster? No, was it it was even a remake, wasn't it? Or was it a remaster? I can't even remember. Ouch. Still out of bounds. 97. Outside images. Current frame. How is that outside of bounds? 8, 8, 8, 8. What do you mean outside of bounds? $97. First it was 56, but that is when I call the animation. 97. Outside image, dot sprite, outside array, current frame. But it should end at 8, and then you should just return. Oh, no, but just current frame, I still do the plus plus. Ah. I see. So... if the text is finished, and the current frame is greater than or equal to 8, then we're just gonna say that the current frame is 8. Why do fancy shit when you can just do the simple shit that solves it? You know, a bit of duct tape here, a bit of duct tape there. if it holds together, it's fine. It's fine. I was not really a fan. Oh, really? 1, 2 as well, they remade it in Unreal Engine. In the first hour... Wait. What is this? Well, that looks a bit odd. Okay. But you know. Okay, you got those in the first hour of gameplay, refunded it, and that was that. I know it's Bethesda, but still, yeah. Bethesda game, and by Todd Howard, needs to be the way you expect. It needs to have bugs. I mean, ironically, it is funny that it's... I guess it makes sense also because their games are just so fucking large in scope, but it is basically to the point where people expect to find bugs in their games, which is a bit funny. Jump in your car, Chirpy, drive down the road with a GoPro on your head and use the video. You know what, that's very clever. Just rotoscope the entire thing. How much different does this look without bloom? I'm gonna say... Oh, that was interesting. It's probably quite huge. Yeah, just like the annoying thing is that if you turn off bloom, like a lot of the... Like what makes the stars look like they shine is all bloom. Witcher 3 is bigger, scope, less bugs. Is it bigger in scope? Maybe, yeah. I don't know, I never finished Witcher 3. I got pretty far, I played the majority of it, but I didn't actually reach the end. Those chainsaws are going to be bugging, doesn't need to be Bethesda. TCD 1 and 2 are full of bugs and they are amazing games. I want to be able to drive the car? No. Oblivion is a wonderful game. Kingdom Come 2 has very few bugs. I finished it and noticed one. That is a game I really do want to play as well. Is it worth playing the first one? I don't know, the thing is that it's so hard to find time, because that's the type of game that's like massive, and I don't know when I would have the time to play it. If I would play it, I would probably do it on stream as well. I do, they look kinda cool. I've only seen a little from it, but... I would skip to the second one. So guys, we have some ads coming up. Got Stone Simulator for $3. There's a game-breaking bug in Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance that ruined my playthrough. Had to start all over. Oof. That one is not very fun. Hello YouTube, what are you doing? Where's my Binding of Isaac music? There we go. The first was good, but it was the first game, so it's a bit on the jank side. Some quest bug that soft locks you in the main quest. I was pretty pissed. Oh, that one is not funny. How is the save system in Kingdom Come Deliverance? Like, could it potentially have been saved, no pun intended, by having more save entries or whatever? Sorry about that one. Excuse me? Oh, do I need to check for frame 8 now instead? You have to use a potion or sleep in a bed to save? Damn, but can you have multiple saves? Like, can you go back to an earlier save? Oh shit, wait, I wasn't paying attention. Did I get the... Did we see the mana? Oh, I need to remove that tip as well. I see no mana. Yeah, this needs to be set to 8, I think. Oh, no, wait a second. Wait a second. If it's 8... No, yeah, that should be fine. And the text is not finished, then we set it to 0. Wait, what? If text finished? Wait, what? So that means I have a... You need to be frame perfect when you finish the text to be able to see the mana. What the fuck am I doing? No, this is not functional. Frame perfect speedrun, exactly. What is up, Whitechapel? How you doing, man? Welcome in. I've been doing pixel art animations today, would you believe it? Never seen before. Only thing I really hated about the second game was the combat. Was part of the first game was a camera in combat. You try to run away and get smacked in the back and do a 360. Oh, that sounds a bit awkward. Maybe waiting for the end of the animation loop to start the mana loop. That is what I did before, but I think I messed my logic up here, so that doesn't happen. Pixel art animations, let's go. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. This is what I've been working on basically the entire day. Improving my intro cutscene. So it's a little bit smoother. Before I just like randomly moved everything. So I tried to make sure that it's like a continuous loop of everything having a forward motion, if that makes sense. But I ended up breaking the code instead. Cricket with the raid. Welcome in, man. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Anything you want to share? Anything you want to show? Let me know. Thank you very much for the raid. We've been working on this new little cutscene here. Vex, welcome in, good to have you. Shout out to Cricket, yet another game developer here on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. For anyone coming in, if you don't know me, I go by Mad Chirpy and I am working on this point-and-click horror game called Shroud of Gloom, where you rummage through an old manor, solve some puzzles, get a little bit scared, all of that good stuff. We actually released the demo just a few weeks ago or something. A couple of weeks ago. So the demo is out in case anyone wants to give it a go. Appreciate any reviews on the demo, those mean a lot. If you want a better idea of what the game is like, then here's a little trailer for ya. There we have it. Bulb Torso, welcome in as well, good to see you, mate. I'm back from definitely doing productive stuff. How's the intro going? So far so good. I'm feeling good about the art, but I introduced some bug in the code instead, so we're gonna see if I can fix this. It's a bit of a weird one, this animation, because I basically handle the entire animation through a update function, so I keep track of like which frame I'm supposed to show and stuff. Don't ask, but that's what I'm doing. Looks really nice, thank you, Nymph. How you doing, Vex? Good to see you again. Jacob, welcome in, man. Should just record this without text, adding the text with a video editor and then play the cutscene as a video? No, because then it's not interactive. And I don't want there's two things here. First, I want the cutscene to be skippable, but I also want to give the player the amount of time they need to be able to read it. So what I settled on is having, you know, the text with the prompt to just click any button to continue. Which means that if you want, you can stay indefinitely here. You can talk to your chat, you can, I don't know, go and get a glass of water, come back, it's still gonna be here, you won't have missed anything. And you can read everything with the time you need, but if you're feeling stressed, you can also just spam click through it and you're gonna basically skip the cutscene. Not now, because obviously the car just stopped. That's a new thing. We have introduced some bug here, but that's kind of the thought process here. Doing good, I hope you're well. Get a raid and run. No worries, Cricket. Go and take care of yourself, man. Thank you very much for the raid again. This is a side project to Marbles, true. And how have you been, Whitechapel? How's your game going? Do we have a Steam page up yet? Steam page, please. Okay, so my logic is obviously not right here. Like, I think I've done some unreachable code. Like, no, because if the current frame is 8 and the text is not finished, then set it to 0. But if it is... Yeah. But then I check if the text is finished. Yeah, so that doesn't work. This should... I can't check for this here, because that messes up this loop. But then... Now this is going to be called over and over again. Well, every time we hit 8. That might be fine. That's only at the end. That shouldn't make a difference, because we never loop back. This might be one of those, like, if it works moments. Sadly not anytime soon, but I'm working on it. Nice. I'm excited for it, man. Chin, you're funny seeing the arm with the drive-in. Well, you never see it. It gets automatically disabled as soon as I start the game. But I suppose you mean the arm with, like, the flashlight. Oh, it's kind of funny. Oh no. Oh no. I have introduced new issues. I did not notice this. The trees light up in red. Shit. I am not entirely sure how to fix that. This is one of those issues with 2D lights. Yeah, I am actually not sure how to fix it. I'm gonna have to move the lights up. Maybe make them smaller. Because now they are like yay big. I need to move them up here so they don't go outside of the mirror. I think that's the only solution. Because I don't wanna... Unless I made sure to remove all of the gray pixels there. I could do that. Just say that like... these are not visible. Maybe. That would be like the duct tape solution. Put them on a layer separate from the stuff you don't want them affecting. Does it work that way? Can I do that? I don't know if Unity... I don't think Unity, the Light 2D works in that manner, as far as I'm aware, at least. I mean, well, I do have the target sorting layer. I think you might be able to exclude lights from hitting certain layers. In that case, we could probably solve it. Do you have the car in the background in the same sprite? No. The car, the background, and the mirror are separate. Well, not the mirror, but the reflection is. So then it's basically this one. So is that this layer? I never use this. Oh no. Background default particles UI. I was talking about a different layer. Not this type of layer. Yeah, I need a sorting layer. But how do I get this on a different sorting layer? Sorting group? Sorting layer, okay. So let's remove this one. Can I not remove that one? Okay. Wait. You should be UI, change. Sorting layer should be this one. And then real lights, target sorting layer should be that one. Okay, let's try it. This is definitely something I should have learned earlier, if this works. it doesn't. Target sorting layer mixed. Oh, wait. Should only be this layer. No, it doesn't show up at all. Sorting layer. I'm not sure. It feels like this should work, but it basically just removed them. They are only visible if I set it to default. If I set it to my new layer, they disappear. Maybe this one doesn't work the way it should, so in group. I assume there is a way to switch that, but I don't know. Yeah, I think I might have to do some duct tape solution. That's fine though, it's not the end of the world. Put those back to default. Like, we basically have two options. Either I take one of these lights, I bring it up, and then maybe I slightly lower the radius. I think that could be fine too. It's either doing that or removing the gray pixels here on the trees so that they don't get hit by it. I think this is probably fine, to be honest. It doesn't make as much sense, because this wouldn't be like properly lighting. This looks like it directs like a spotlight, which it wouldn't really be. Like, it's not supposed to be your backlight literally lighting up the entire road here. It's supposed to be that you cannot see the glare from it, I suppose. Transparent red gradient. I just don't know how to change the sorting layer in image components. I've only been using it on sprites. I think it's handled on the canvas, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I probably could sort it by just having a new canvas here. What layer are the trees on? Same as everything else. I don't really use sorting groups in my game. Pretty much everything is on the same layers. Most of the time, I literally just use the hierarchy as my layers. Like, you know, bottom ones being in front of top ones. That's how most of the actual, like, layering is done. Okay, maybe I do this, and then we slightly lower the intensity. I don't like it as much, to be honest. I prefer this over this. It's a little bit too obvious. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna be lazy. Can I drop it below the mirror? No, because the issue is that then I light this up. And like this, it doesn't make sense that this lights up the tree. But like the other solution here is to just remove these pixels that are being lit up. Like if those aren't there, if only it was on its own layer. Well, I tried it. It didn't work. How lazy do I want to be? I should just open the sprite sheets. That's not a great solution though. New forests. I can even double check here what is being affected. It's like the triple thingy. Like basically what I'm saying is that the other solution we have is to just not have those pixels. Which I don't think anyone would react to either. Mini canvas for the rear view? Maybe. Maybe that is the way to go. Okay, fine, I'm gonna leave it for now. I need a shower, be right back. No worries, mate. We'll see if I'm still on. I do need to get out of here pretty soon. It's getting a bit late. Did I solve the issue though? Let's check that first. That looks like a no to me. I never saw a mana. Why? Oh, wait. Text finished. No, that is the same as outside Arabian mana sprites. As soon as the text is finished, that will be the case. No, yes. No. Because I might not have reached frame 8 yet. Okay, I think I need another bool. Fuck it. Whether or not the mana is enabled or some shit. Shit like that. Is mana seen? I don't know. Sure. So now... Wait, how the fuck does this work? How do I... Oh yeah, because it's only if I'm on the last sprite that I switch this, so the next time it will always be the first sprite here. Okay. So now, as soon as we change this array, that means that the mana will be seen. And then we need to make sure that this... Irregardless, yeah, we don't actually even care if the text is finished. We only want to know whether the... Because this could happen before we switch the array. So all we want to know is if we should never cue the ends cutscene unless the mana is currently seen and we are on current frame 6. Because otherwise what might happen here is that when I only check for text finished, the text should be finished when you're still on frame 1, which means that we're gonna hit this before this. So The mana will never be shown. This should solve it. As far as I'm aware, this should solve it. Yeah. That's pretty nice. What's the 1.33 of the frame time? Is something mathematical for frame length? Just curiosity. It is actually the car. It's supposed to simulate the car slowing down. So as soon as you start reaching the mana, when you start seeing the mana, normally what you would do is start slowing down the car, right? So basically I slightly lower the frame rate as you get closer to the house. Well, by 30%. I don't even know, is it that noticeable? I think that's the thought behind it, at least. Basically slowing down the frames towards the end. Since you also hear the brake, it makes sense that you don't go from like this speed to an instant stop. But I don't know how noticeable it is. You can tell. You can tell that it is slowing down. I don't know how many people would actually notice it, but like if you focus on it, you can definitely tell that it's slowing down towards the end. We could even slow it down more. I don't think that's necessary though. Like we could do it successively. I think that's pretty good though. Did you see the big new update, guys? You can officially search through leaf piles. Amazing. I actually really need to try and sort out this update, because we have quite a lot of big changes and quality of life improvements that I need to get out. I need to remove that tip. I need to write that down so I don't forget it, since we scrapped the battery system. We are also going to have a new achievement, if anyone is curious about that stuff. We're gonna have a new collectible achievement. Since we removed the batteries, we had so much fewer items. So we decided to add a collectible item instead. Remove the battery tip. I would say that the intro has been improved. This is gonna be, since we released the demo, this is by far the biggest update. See, this was before we made the demo public. No, not all of it. This was after the demo went public. think that's the split. Yeah, this was done through private playtesting. This is the stuff I started doing. This was the first update, I think, after we released the demo. But this is definitely the one with the biggest changes. Like, we actually have new features, we have removed features, new items, quite a bit of art has been improved. Some a little bit more hand-holding. I've added a few extra hints. Technically only for people who need it though. Like, if you don't need it, you're not even gonna notice them. Some quality of life stuff. Oh, that should be fine. Some fancies, you can smash the TV now. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this update. I think this is gonna improve quite a lot of things. I'm feeling good about it. And I think the new intro turned out very good. I think it's... Like, I don't think the old one we had was horrible, but I do think this is way better. And I think it is, even though it's something that's only seen for a very short time, I still think that it actually is quite important. Because, if we're being honest, it is like the... It's the first impression of the game, right? Like, once you actually get through the loading screen and whatnot, like, this is the very first thing you see. So, having it look, you know, good is quite important. I do need to fix this, though. I think I'm gonna do the lazy solution for now. Just, like I said, there is one really easy lazy solution, which is to just not have these pixels. That one might even have been fine. Where exactly is the light? Maybe not. I don't know if anyone's gonna notice that. Cutscene driving outside. Look, it's fixed. Easy peasy. Just remove this, the pixels that were being lit up. I would also say, at least on my monitor, with this brightness and stuff, it is barely even noticeable that I cut that one off. I think that's good enough for now. I don't know about having these in red. I think it might be a little bit much. It does make them way more noticeable. It definitely makes them more noticeable. Wait, what? Boom. Compared to this. Because the issue with this is that sometimes these kind of blend into the scene. I do think that depends a little bit on like what room you're in. I think people would notice them still though. I think I should bring these up a little bit. But if the bottom of the map is a bit higher. I don't think it would look good to actually center these. Because that's gonna look like you're looking at it like this. Which you wouldn't, like. If you hold up any piece of like document, you usually you hold it a bit lower, right? Like it makes more sense, I think at least. But I think these could be raised a little bit. Like maybe just 5 pixels or so. What is this? That one doesn't connect. Excuse me? Boom Trout, welcome in, man. How you doing? Oh yeah, look at that. Small little mistake. Actually didn't connect. How you doing, Boom Trout? Hope you're having a good Friday. There we go. I guess I could add, I actually did try that before, just adding a little shadow around these to make them stand out more against the background. Because I am like semi-scared that people are just not gonna notice these, and I don't know if I want like a actual tutorial tip for it, if you know what I mean. I could also do this. Now, even if there is stuff in the background, they would always be a little bit more separated. I like them more in white. It's not like before where I didn't even notice there was a changed floor page. Yeah. I did change that one too, so I think it should be even more noticeable. I think this is a bit more intuitive, isn't it? Because before I had one map here and one map here that would be like go up and down. Now I put both here, and I also went as far as actually add a little arrow on it. Because I noticed that a lot of people didn't realize that they could switch the maps. Basically, a lot of people would look at the main floor and be like, no, maybe I need to do something in the basement. And they would literally walk to that floor and bring the map up. Which is a pretty clear indicator, I think, that they didn't realize they can switch map like this. And I think the arrows especially made it a lot more intuitive. Like having the arrow symbol there kinda tells you that this is a button, I think. I mean, we're gonna see, maybe people still don't realize it, but I think more is gonna understand that you can switch the map here. Doing good, Chappy, just wrapping up some work, now chilling, nice to hear, man. This one is still a little bit janky, but oh well. Especially the thing I still hate the most about the notepad is that for some reason you can go down here. You can't type here, but you can go down to the 13th line. But I blame this on Unity input fields. We'll see if I can be bothered fixing this for the... I'm not sure if I'm gonna be bothered to fix it for the demo update. I think most people are not even gonna go down here to begin with. Like, most people are probably gonna take... Maybe... Most people are probably not even gonna use the notepad. You know? That would be my assumption. I wouldn't be surprised if most people don't use it. For the ones who do use it, I think they probably wouldn't do more than 3 lines. Like... At least for the demo. I have a very hard time seeing someone actually fill up every row here. Do the maps move or are they static in the map? What do you mean by maps moving? I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. How you doing, Devious? It's a cool feature though, yeah. No, I like it and I think it's useful also for immersion. Because I think there could be an argument that, like, if you feel the need to take notes and you have to, like, you know, let go of the mouse and keyboard, look away from the computer and physically take a note, or like Alt-Tab to a notepad, or take a screenshot or whatever it is. Like, that is a small second where you basically you stop being immersed in the game, right? Like, you cannot exit the game to do it. So I think one of the good things about this is that if you want to take notes, you can now do it. And you can do it while still staying immersed in the game. Like, in the world of the game, if you know. I can fill them up. Dear Diary, hour 1 of my excursion into the haunted house, low on food and batteries. You stop being immersed in the notepad? Yeah, exactly. Like, do you move the map around with a cursor, or do you navigate by sliding around? Oh no, there's no, like, interaction like that with the map. Because you don't need it, basically. Like, the entire map is visible. Or the entire floor does fit on this canvas, basically. The only, like, interaction stuff, I suppose, is that you can inspect certain markers. Will have little descriptions. Just as a little hint thing. Well, I suppose it's less hint and more like just keeping track of what you still have to do and so on. Because I think there's one of the issues with these kinda open level design puzzle games is that I think they can get fairly overwhelming since there's, like, puzzles going on everywhere, and if I force the player to keep track of that themselves, I think it can end up being a bit overwhelming. So being able to automatically help them a little bit to remember stuff like this, I think is good. I also did some changes to the swing. It actually doesn't swing for all eternity anymore. It only does a few ones and then boom, it stops. Whereas before, if you would stay in this area, it would literally keep swinging for the rest of eternity. I think it also stops if you walk away, yeah. Very small little detail, but I think it's good, because I noticed a few people reacting to the fact that the swing never stopped. What's the highest floor? There is 4 floors in the game. But obviously the different floors are on different maps. So like each map you see only shows 1 floor. Because otherwise I think it would get quite messy. Night Chappy, I'm done for today. Night Chat, no worries man. Thank you very much for hanging out, Froststraw. Nice to have you as always. And I'll catch you next time. Have a good night, man. You know what? I kinda get why people keep using the hammer on everything. It is kinda satisfying. Finally got around to playing the demo. It was very good. I thought it was very atmospheric. Thank you so much, Bob Torto. I'm very happy you liked it. Made sure to leave a review. It really helps out. Yeah, thank you very much for giving it a go, man. Had a hard time quitting out of it. Like I was teleported back to my lit room. Yeah, I think the best feedback I've gotten so far, like feedback in terms of like the best positive feedback I've seen from the game, is that a very large amount of people who reach the end actually goes like, oh no, shit, it's over. Which I think is a very good reaction to see. Because it does mean that they do want more of it. Do you know what I mean? Speaking of playing the demo, is anyone playing it on Twitch? No. Any new YouTube videos? I did see one. I think there was one new yesterday. I actually had a fair share of videos. Yeah, I know I did, yeah. Thank you very much for playing the demo as well, Gamian, as well as leaving a review. Very much appreciated. I'm very excited to get this new update out. I think there's some really good improvements here. I should have probably tried to get this. This should probably have been multiple updates, to be honest. But the issue was that I did some major changes and that required me to do other stuff. So this is actually gonna be a fairly big update. I enjoyed breaking all the windows and hearing the rain clearly. Yeah, nice detail. I do enjoy adding those small details. It's like I've said a lot of times, like no one detail is going to make or break the game. But I think having a lot of those small details in a game is something that, you know, it just makes the game feel a lot better in general. I think it can... what's the term? Oh, there's like an expression. Something, you know, they mean more than the sum of their parts or whatever it is. But basically all those little small details combined just... I don't know, improve the experience. Yeah, they basically synergize, yeah. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, yeah. Wait, that sounds like the opposite. The whole is greater than the sum of its... No, yeah, that does mean the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, no, it does. Because that means that just the sum of the parts would have been just adding everything together, but the whole being greater means that there's an extra layer on top of it. Yeah, it makes sense. Wait, is that a thing? Wait, is what a thing? Oh, do you mean with the windows? Yeah. If you're inside, that is. Because the rain sounds change depending on if you're inside or outside. Even here in the car, there's like a low pass on it, so it sounds like the rain is on the outside. And the same thing if we go into like the... Do I call this entrance room? I think I do. If I go in here... You can... I don't know, can you hear this? I think you can. Like here, it basically sounds as if the rain is on the outside. However, if you smash a window, we remove the low pass filter. So now it sounds a lot more clear, because that's what it would do in real life. It's no longer behind the window. As well as add a few little... You can hear some like wind sounds as well. Another cool thing, I don't know if that's noticeable in the demo. Or it might be upstairs. Do I not call it dinner room? Dinner? Oh no, it's on the second floor. I don't know, I like small details. ROM. Holy shit, this is not going great, is it? Second dinner room. No? What the fuck do I call it? Dinner? Oh, do I call it the dining room maybe? Yeah. Oh no, it's not gonna be noticeable here. Scheiße. But yeah, I don't know if there's any place in the demo where you would notice this very clearly, but if you are... Ooh, maybe the TV room, maybe? No. There's certain moments where if you can hear something from another room, the volume of it will actually be lower if you close the door to the room. So you can still hear it, but whether or not the door is open is gonna change how much you hear the sound. Like one of those very small things as well, like it's... A lot of people are probably not even gonna notice it. It's not like a huge thing, but it's a nice little touch, you know? Just making it feel a little bit more realistic. How did you do that? Just using Unity's audio API? Very simple, I just have two different sound effects. So I have one like low pass rain ambience and one normal rain ambience with the extra wind sound effects. And what I do is that when you smash the window, I literally just switch out the ambience in the room to the other one. So fairly simple system. It's definitely not anything fancy. I usually find it to be the easiest thing, rather than like me having to like specifically code audio effects and stuff to just like do it inherently. There are certain things I do in engine. Reverb is one. I don't know if anyone noticed, but depending on which room you're in, the reverb can be quite a lot different. So like outside, there's basically no reverb whatsoever. But if I go into like... Go back into this room. Like in these rooms, there's like a little bit of reverb. Oh, the sound effects for your footsteps change as well. So this is a wood floor. This is a, like, you know, stone-ish floor. I don't remember the name of it. So you can hear that the sound effects of your footsteps is like slightly different depending on the floor. But also the reverb in rooms this... Yeah, tile floor, that's the one. The reverb in these floors is slightly more than outside, but if you're in like an empty hallway, you can hear that there's more reverb here, as well as in like the main hall. You can hear that your footsteps kind of echo a little bit here. Whereas if I go in here, there's no echo until the footstep in this room. Oh well, it's very minimal rather, I should say. Just tiny little details. Have I forgotten the other song I learned? No. It's something here. Yeah, yeah. Those nice details, definitely felt them. Yeah, I think it's, like, even if you don't notice them, I think they still make, like, even subconsciously, I think they make a difference. Kenji's mods, welcome in, man. Good to have you again. Damn, you still on? Yeah, I really need to get out of here, man. How did you add the echo? Are they different clips, or can you add it somehow in the audio source? No, that I do. I actually do it through the mixer, I think. So... audio mixer. No. Do I do it through the audio source? Maybe I do it through the audio source. Because there is they already have a system built in to Unity. So what I do, let me see what I do. Each room has a reference to the size. What size this room is, and the size is what determines how much reverb it has. So what do we do? Initialize reverb preset. Oh, yeah. There's a component called audio reverb zone. So I think whenever this one is active, or I think in a 3D game, it's like how close you are to it. Then that one will affect how the reverb of your like audio mixes. I'm gonna skip this ad. So then, depending on the size of the room, I just set it to different types of reverbs. So I think, yeah, here you can see that the room automatically instantiates a, or maybe it gets it. Yeah, add component. No, I actually add the component in runtime, audio reverb zone. And then if you want to, I think you can make it so that certain audio sources, they don't care about the reverb, they wouldn't be affected. Right, it's fairly simple, but it does add a lot. It made a big difference having some reverb. Like, especially in terms of just like making it feel realistic, like the big room here, for example, actually sounds big, you know. Whereas in here, like, you can certainly tell a difference. It basically just sounds like the room is big. Or in the case of like the hallway, which also has a lot of reverb. Almost even more reverb, but this is different, right? Like, the reason why there's reverb here, audio is fucking complex, man, is since the room is very empty, right? So the audio is going to bounce a lot. Here there's also a lot more reverb just because it's big. Like, a big room will also give you more. Depending on the walls, there's a different type of reverb in like the basement compared to what there is in like the attic. You can definitely have certain things in our reverb zone. Yeah, I actually don't at the moment. That is something I do need to do. Because at the moment, you can even notice that the menu clicks in the pause menu are actually affected by the reverb. So if you're in like the clock room and you're doing something in the pause menu and then you go into the main hall, you can actually notice a difference in how the select sounds in the menu, because that is like all sound effects are currently affected by the reverb zone, which is one of those kind of silly things, but at the same time, you know, it kind of works. Like, I don't actually think it's a problem. Yeah, it's kind of a feature, not a bug in some regard. Like, if anything, it kind of even makes the pause menu feel a little bit more integrated in the world, right? But it's kind of funny because it's completely unintended. I just haven't been bothered fixing it. And, you know, as you said, Boomtrot, I'm actually not sure I even need to fix it. Like, it kind of works, to be honest. Didn't notice those components, I will look into it. Yeah, they're pretty useful. I think they work different in a 3D space. Because I think in a 3D game you could have audio reverb sound set to like the actual rooms, I assume. Obviously I haven't done any 3D stuff, but I assume that's how it works. However, ladies and gentlemen, I fucking need to get out of here. It is way too late for me to still be on. How many hours did we do? 6.5? That's not too shabby. Let me check if anyone is playing the demo, in case that would be the obligatory raid, but it does not look like it. Who should we go to today? Please stick around for the raid, but thank you all for watching, I do appreciate ya. Quite a bit of progress today, very focused on the intro cutscene, but this is something I've been wanting to do for quite some time, so I'm happy I did it. Of course, if anyone hasn't, make sure to go and check out the demo. It would mean a lot to me if you gave it a go. Make sure to leave a review if you like the game. Reviews is like the #1 way of helping the, you know, support the development of this game at this moment. And of course, if you want to connect more with the community, make sure to join the Discord. I'm gonna snooze this ad as well, we're not gonna have any ads now. Who are we going to today? Let's head on over to... We do have Whitechapel on. I think it's been a minute since we raided Whitechapel. He was here earlier. Basically just started a stream. Also doing some pixel art, so I feel like that's fairly appropriate. Fucking amazing pixel artist, this guy. So definitely join us and check him out. Make sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat as always. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Truly do appreciate having you guys here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Leppo for the raid. We also had Automate Games and Cricket with the raids, and my man Great Grievance with the 2-month resub. Absolute legend. Very much appreciated. I will be back on Monday as per usual. I'm gonna see if... Ah shit, I do have some plans this weekend, so we'll see. It would be nice to be able to get this build up. I think this update is gonna improve the demo quite a lot. But we'll see. If not this weekend, then I'll definitely try and sort it out by Monday. We'll see. We'll see. I will let you guys know. I'll make sure to send a little message on Discord once it's up, because like I said, there's gonna be a new achievement for people to get as well, so kinda interesting. Yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out. I truly do appreciate ya. Kenjis, thank you. Nem, thank you for hanging out. Bulb Turtle, Devious, Gamian, Frostcore, everyone who's been hanging out today, truly from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate ya. See ya next time.